Hello, 2 seconds in, 3 seconds in. This is me, Dean Wiley, yin and yang symbol avatar, top left corner. Too many things to do, too much mind running. I hope this is sounding okay. I don't know. The levels all look like they're right. But, of course, the computer is being difficult at go live time. We'll find out. We shall discover it. Lots of checklist in the description below. Gotta get back to the other stuff. Off checklist. Start log. Happy New Year. If you didn't hear the other one. Happy New Year again. Pre-checklist dynamics. Tack. Screen. Tack. Is it a vast, global, spursy? We'll find out. That's kind of the ha-has of the good movie, Prey. That's not, to me, a very good movie. I will never watch it again. Check. The microphone and the headset appears to be intermittently functioning. Other tech. Let's talk about tech, baby. My tech. Intermittent nonsense. Right at trim o' the clock. News. Apple may settle the Siri ear stuff. Slash lawsuits. Go look it up yourself. I'm not looking it up. Too much to do today. Noticed January 1, 2025. We have a new inspiration tab in our Your channel. Inspirations. Pretty cool. So we'll make a note about that. 1/1/2025. Month, day, or day, month. Who cares? YouTube. Inspirations. Tab. Pretty cool. So yeah, there's all kinds of stuff up here now. But inspiration. Oh, did I pluralize it? Sorry, I'm in the South. We do that. Just stick a S on everything. Sets us apart, makes us better. All right. Let's do this. Let's go back to... Can I get to it from here? No, that's the studio tab. I have to go to here. I have to go to YouTube homepage in a new tab. And then I have to click on my icon face. And go to view my channel. It says we are live. Number 31. Chitty Chatty. I put a warnings. See how I did that? It's in the title and the description. I'm likely to get offensive, no matter how hard I try, no matter how much I self-disclaimery and everything else. It's gonna hurt somebody's feelings. I should probably just shut up and never do anything ever again. Last. Fair warning. I can't help it. I try so hard. Last fair warning. What do we call it? Go back and see the John Lennon Beatles song. I didn't mean to hurt you. It was never my intentions. Free apology for anything, even the slightest, insensitive. But that's all I'm going to do about that. Let's go. Let's go. Pray in what my goofy mind told me when it popped up on the screen. Never prior to last night. Is that honestly, truly a Punisher skull font? I know it's not. But maybe it is. Maybe someone will come up with a secret behind the scenes about somebody giggling. Because that's what it does look like to moi. Pray. A. The Predators franchise. Movie. 2022. I really want to say something. It has engines in it. I should wait for Elizabeth so she can talk about the engines. But I don't know what else. What else? Oh, pray. It's in the description. I'm very, to me, generously giving it 3 out of 10. I want to do 2. I want to say 4. I want to forget everything else about it. I mean, within mere seconds of the thing starting, I was totally suspended in my disbelief. Even being we'll start at 10 and count it down. As soon as we found 10 things wrong with it, we'll stop it and rate it 1 out of 10. I really wanted to, but then I really wanted to just be a Predator fanboy. True story. Let's look it up. Pray. IMDb. Not a sponsor. Not an affiliate. Not nothing. I just like the IMDb's. See, everybody else on planet Earth, 242 Ks of them. Say 7.1 out of 10. Maybe 242 Ks of people on planet Earth are a heck of a lot better than me there. I further disclaimery. I don't know. I mean, do we bother picking on? I have nothing to say. All the actors, I think, did okay. I really like Amber Mid Thunder. That was the star of the show, right? Let's look her up. She was the hunter, like Diana. But in the Diana age, we used to say huntress. Now it must be gender neutral. So it's a hunter dress, hunteress. Oh, a female attracted person. If she identifies that way, I'll be rude and say as long as at the time of the making of this, she was at least 28 years old. Otherwise, I'm going to shut up. Let me find out. Miss Amber, how old are you? I'm going to make a note. Sorry, I'm all on my own today. I have to keep doing this stuff. I should move the notepad to the other screen and leave it over there. I should, but then it would cover up my levels and my video preview. And oh no, it might just be my audio.
It's not your audio. I'm having to adjust things.
Oh, that's okay. I just when I was saying I might have to move notepad over there, but I don't want to block the screen. I rolled over to the screen and saw George was there. Hi, George.
Hey, I'm working from my laptop today.
Well, I can hear you. So now I know, and that's half the battle you do know.
Yeah.
Because right when I started this, well, looking over there, over here, over here. That's what the very first Predator slash the Predator, but it's just Predator without the, like 1980 something. Arnold, the Gubbinator, all the good actors, and especially the South American dark-haired Whammon. She wins. It's all her fault. Nobody would have survived without her. Because why? She told them. They make us the trophies of men. And thinking
Did
Lincoln,
that did that video give you enough rabbit holes to go down?
not really.
Uh,
But it is there. That's why so much is in the to-do list I sent you an email.
yep.
Amber Mid-Thunder. Let's get her
I
name in
just
there.
don't have it.
Amber Mid-Thunder. Now let me axe the internet before I say anything else offensive. Amber Mid-Thunder IMDb. No, I didn't mean the IMDb. I meant the Wikipedias. Born 1997. That puts her over. Huh. My math maker ain't working today. I did tax stuff yesterday. That burnt all the numbers out of my brain. 2022 minus 1997. Enter. 25 years old. Well, according to Obamacare, look it up yourself. That is still a minor dependent child. So I don't know if I should say any kind of disclaimer as female attracted something on planet Earth. 25 years old at Fleming at putting it in the can equals, I'm going to say, if not offensive to Amber. Very pretty. Is that okay, George? Are we allowed to say that about a 25-year-old who's now 28?
Yep.
Having already disclaimed it to death. No offense meant. Mm, and the guys, very handsome. I'm not looking them up. I don't care. It's about her and him. If whatever it was supposed to be, 1719's Predator. See the thumbnail and the title. Identifies as him. He's a very handsome, strong looking. or her, or whatever. We can say that about whammons too, especially when they're CIA alien space invader predator alien types. Have you seen 2022's Prey, George?
Nope.
Are you a Predator fan?
I like the first movie.
I like the first and the second a lot. After that, I pretend they don't exist. And I guess I'll eventually get around to pretending this one doesn't exist either, even though they changed the name. You would hardly think it's called Predator anything because it don't have it in the name. Well, looking and thinking about blah 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 dots. GH came in, and for now, my audio works. All right, let's get through this some more. Pray. I made a couple of notes. I don't. Let's quote famous Shakespeare. To be or not to be. Okay, done with the Shakespeare. Has pray for free with ads right now. Apparently, for Hulu subscribers or visitors or whatever. But if I'm not allowed to say them, Tubi, then you got to go get their name off of the official trailer linked at the bottom. It says right there, Hulu, from June 7th, 2022. It's in the description down below. That's the only links I'm talking about. Done with that. But I went over to the other place last night. Some other online clicky. And it said on its tiles that scroll you by, watch now, popular Prey 2022. And I said, even though I have heard much bad about this movie, a lot of spoilers I've already seen, I said to myself, always give Predators the chance. It can't be worse than that last Predator thing they did with the special super genius time traveling child. I don't even know what it was called. Predator movies. They make us trophies of men. Oh, oh Lord. Oh no. It says Untitled Predator Film 2025. No moss. I even like the one with man, was it that long ago? The Predator, 2018. A young boy accidentally activates the universe's most lethal hunters to return to Earth. Only a ragtag crew of ex-soldiers and a disgruntled scientist can prevent the end. This is the end, my friend. It is scored 5.3 out of 10, and that is so 5 points too high. Or I guess 4.7. If you say that the absolute bottom you can give a movie is 1. That's the one. 2018. Seems like yesterday, and yet a million years ago. I'm looking to see Wasn't there a Predator movie-ish or Aliens versus Predators movie-ish? I don't know. I thought there was one with somebody else famous in it. Maybe not. But, yep. So we're getting rid of that. Yes. I guess we can say this, or in my humble opinion, we made it this far. 20, 30, pray. 2022 is better question mark than the Predator. 2018. Sorry, the Predator. That's just how I do. To me. Even though, if I remember correctly, the Predator 2018, for all of its other annoying suspensions of disbelief and utter want to click away from this horrifying truth moments, did not have quite as many. I would seek a refund if I bought a video game that had this crappy of computer generated 3D imaging overlapped into other stuff. Some of the CGI in Prey 2022 is 1 out of 10 stars. Horrible. But that's okay. All these beautiful, handsome people, especially the body positive French. Are we allowed to be bad against 1719 Frenches again? Are we not worried about offending them? In the scenes without the goofy child crayon drawings would be less offensive to mine eyes and mind, my mind's eye. What is all this garbage? Somebody seems to have injected. Is this the actor? Yes, this is the actor. I didn't mean to go there. Photos of the prey. I don't understand. This skull based might be an aliens 79 and 86 skull cap. I don't get it. I don't understand. Spoiler alert. Here we go. Let's see if they have a photo. A photo of some of the horrifying CGIs. There's a photo of the when they printed this prey with all these marks at the bottom. I know they're supposed to be rip slashes, or maybe her, not the actor, star of the show, but the character they played inside the show. Maybe they're her little boomerang wang wang with a rope tied to it, axe notches, where she was notching how many KIAs she had. But all I could think is if you put another slot right up here, or just leave it like it is, that is Punisher skull peeking out from around cover. Let's compare it. Punisher skull. All the cops right now are freaking out. There it is. Let's see if we can zoom one in and cut it in half. Let me know when you're seeing two halves of a Punisher skull on my screen, cut off in half, peeking around the cover, George.
Yep.
There's a black one with white eyes and a white one with black eyes. Seen that? Oh well, no response. I let it sit up there for a minute, and then I go back to Pray 2022 and look at the P, look at the R, without the little blurb off the side that the guy's head's blocking anyway. If that's how he identifies. Look at the P, look at the R, look at the Punisher skull. That's why my mind associated it. Maybe they thought they were being sneaky. Maybe you're smarter than me. I don't know. Just telling you. Please don't make another. Don't release whatever trash you've hooked up for Predator. You're destroying my hero. You're offending me. You're making me seek safe space. I don't know all their names. I don't care. They're all very, very attractive, fine actors and actoresses, if that's how they choose. Pray, pray, pray some more. Oh, here it is. Here's the CGI rattler snake eating the CGI rodent. It is so awful. Don't let this still frame special fool you. It's hurt mine eyes. These are all the wicked evil Francois. Everybody wicked evil is of French descent. We're allowed to be offensive to them. There's a dog. They even ruined a dog. Dog kind of sucks. How can you mess up a dog movie? Yeah, well, let's pray about it. Huh, that's me being stupid with wordplay. I guess everybody was being nice and careful to not upload or, the big production companies got with Bezos and Amazon and said, hey, all those still frames, those paused, every frame of pauses of that horrible, what 13-year-old did this for an 8th grade CGI project in school looking stuff? Don't let anybody post those pictures. Sues them. Oh boy. Seems very well edited. Look at this awful bear. George, look at this bear. Don't change your bear icon avatar. Open a new tab. Close the Punisher Skull tab. Dubber. It looks horrible to me. That's the best we can do in 2022 with all our computer monies. Did it get up on your screen yet, George?
Yep, now it has.
Okay.
That's a raggedy ass bear, I'll tell you that much.
Yep.
If it's a trained animal, they need to groom it better.
Oh no, this is pure CGI. It's supposed to look rough. It's the beat up bear with a docked ear and a chewed up face. And here it is with the invisible predator having defeated it, letting its guts and stuff drain out all over itself. Itself, number 2 being Predator, and it, the first version, being the bear. But they tried to hide it in a backlit lens flare. the snake had far better individual scaling or whatever.
Yeah.
This is horrible. And it just kept
The
getting
best
worse.
the best CGI mammal I have seen have been the gorillas, and it's the same group that did Mighty Joe, the remake of Mighty Joe Young,
Yeah.
and then I think they did one called Congo. Now they did a good job of CGI gorillas,
That
but
was
it's
available for free, I think, on YouTube the other day. The wolf wasn't too bad, especially when in the photo that'll eventually scroll up on the screen, the predator has dispatched the wolf and unalived it. It's just laying there on the ground. It doesn't look that bad.
See, now here's what I don't get. This is the reason I decided not to. If Whitey is bad, Indian good, why would the Indian even bother to ally with this jerk who's killing everything? He's a trophy hunter. In other words, he's totally against what most hunters do. Is they hunt for food, not for trophies. But the predator is strictly a trophy hunter.
They have modern, I guess we won't call it whitewashing because that we're unwhitewashing everything. We're woke
Yeah.
washing everything in 2020s, right? They
Well,
made very clear throughout. They made it very clear that the predator wasn't after the brown skinned people.
well, what I'm saying for the past 30, 40 years, it's like Indian good, Whitey bad. If Whitey was as bad as the movies try to make him out to be, there would be no more Indians.
Well, yeah, but no, but I don't know what. Hey, I get what you're
I'm
saying.
just,
I concur,
I'm
sir.
just, it's, you do realize the ones that stopped Whitey from killing all the Indians was white.
I guess, and I would still like to see somebody come up with some statistics, especially for my kind of tribal bands.
Uh huh.
Who did more wicked evil stuff to the natives of the left coast of both North and South America, the whites or the olive skinned Spaniards?
Well,
I have an idea in my own biased kind of way because I'm stupid.
okay.
That it
Here's where
was
we.
the Spaniards.
Oh yeah, but the Spaniards, I hate to say it, are white. The Spaniards are not white, are part Moorish, but Spaniards are white.
Your
But
audio is horribly popping.
I don't know. Other than the fact I'm doing this via Wi-Fi.
Sounds like a bad cable connection or something. It's crackle, crackle, crackle all through you talking.
Hold on.
And I already unplugged and replugged my headphones this time to make sure it wasn't on my end.
How's that?
You have to talk some more. Go ahead and sing a few bars or hum a few bars while I'm scrolling these pictures looking for. Well, I just looped through. I don't sound as bad as I usually do to me.
Da, 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 da. Huh.
Yeah, it's still crackling. Mainly at the top end now. It's lesser. Well, they very carefully selected and edited and made sure that they don't show a lot of the frames of deep CGI horrifyingness.
Oh, that's not even beginner level CGI on that wolf.
Yeah, I tried to be kind and maybe blink my eyes sometimes. Let me blink my eyes. And that's just the CGI. There's so much about this thing. These behind the scenes shots are better than the whole movie. It's like cool seeing the predator sit there with somebody, a
Yeah.
predator. You could buy that at a Halloween costume store.
Well, I mean, it's just like people that want to blame Whitey on everything. You got to realize that the reason there's not as that slavery is not as open as it used to be is because Whitey said enough is enough and mostly and ended the slave trade historically. Is there still a slave trade? Yes, but what they're trading in, it's like no one wants to see it, which is they're trading in children and sex slaves and things of that nature. There are still slaves over in Africa. There's still slaves over in the Middle East. There's slaves in China.
Oh, I knew that was going to happen. I should have put her face on the right. The little live icon and later the time stamp of this thing will be over the E in me in the words in the thumbnail.
Mm-hmm.
It's all good. I figured it might happen. Not that worried about it. Wasn't there a movie called Get Whitey? Or was it worse?
I don't think it was Get Whitey. I think it was
I think it was worse. A word we're not allowed to say.
yeah. I know there was White Whitey Can't Jump.
White men can't jump. That's racist. Um, I can't believe
No,
they're hiding it. They're hiding it.
one of the one
It's,
of the reasons I hate when they blame all of something on one group, blaming the slave trade on whites and whites only, is the Muslims were doing it long before uh, the whites were doing it, and long after it had stopped. And the first white person to go into the interior of Africa wasn't until after the Civil War. Livingston, Dr. Livingston, I presume. That was in the 1870s.
drifted away from prey to associative thoughts. Uh, so see, tiv thoughts. There, yeah, just like that. Well, yeah, I'm done with prey. Definitely not a recommend. Go look at everybody else's reviews, critiques, if you just want to like it, because engines. Select carefully. And Whitey bad, as long as Whitey equals French. Sorry, Frenches. They made the movie, not me.
Well, you know, The French were also what they believe brought scalping prevalence to North America. And it was for making wigs. But I don't think so. I think scalping predates white men hitting the continental United States.
Yeah, I don't know, because one thing, when we get to talking about church security, let's talk about, for all of their greatness, and I can say whatever I want to, I'm a member of a federally recognized tribe and or band. Well, until I get cancel culture for speaking honestly. Um, for all of their massive, bestest people ever, and there was no problems anywhere. Never mind those pyramids of human sacrifice all over what is now Mexico and other South American countries.
I mean,
Never mind that. They
the
didn't. That was, of course, Europeans, probably the white ones.
well, let's look at a few things.
But they
The
didn't
Mexican
write
Indian,
any written history. So how
the
advanced
Me-
were they really?
yeah, the Mexican Indian, also known as Aztecs, would cut the heart out of a living person and hold it up before it could stop the impulse of beating. Made hundreds of people sacrifices. Also did slavery. Played a form of basketball with human heads. Played a form of soccer with human heads. And ate human hearts. Cannibalism.
Whatever floats they boats. And the further
Yeah.
south you go, with the darker the skins, apparently, allegedly, according to written histories that we can't trust. But you can trust them a whole bunch more than, why would I? Why should I? Why could I? How? Somebody convince me that somebody's goofy ideas of a whole bunch of usually college, how much credit do we put in college kids these days? College researchers who went out amongst the tribals in the 1950s, 60s, 70s, and 80s and learned thousands of years ago history from these other people that were selling them beads and rugs. I don't put a lot of stock in it. One thing the Spaniards had, remember, they were the hired G words for the Vatican, is how Christopher
Yeah.
Columbus got here to begin with. They
Well,
were the
he didn't get his
mercenary army of the Vatican.
not Columbus. Columbus was a mercenary arm of the Spanish crown. It was the ones that followed Columbus were the mercenaries of the Catholic Church, Rome.
The Spaniards, since the ages of Inquisition, 500 years before Columbus,
Oh, the Inquisition was going on while Columbus was alive.
the whole purpose for Columbus's trip was to head off the Dutch, who had
Mm-hmm.
just removed themselves
The Dutch
from
Reform
the
movement. Yep.
Catholic Church, and they recalled their tithe boats.
Yep.
So the church
They wanted to
ordered
be.
that lunatic, because they all thought Columbus was crazy with his "the world is round" map.
Well, that no, they knew it was okay. Let hold on.
So then they sent
They knew
Homeboy
it was
to
no. They knew the word.
intercept the tithe boats.
They knew the shape of the world. those that were navigators knew the shape of the world. What he was looking for was a shortcut to India so that they could have a faster way to get to the Japans versus around the Horn of Africa. Because remember, at that time there was no shortcut to the Med. You had to go out the Med, through the Pillars of Hercules, down south, go around the Horn of Africa, and then sail up to India. Or you did the overland route to India from Europe. And what did they want? They wanted to get to China because they wanted the silk. They wanted a quick way of getting silk and other things.
Oh, I drifted into
Uh,
the drift/grift that was Christopher Columbus.
because Christopher Columbus was using some maps and documents that predate him by about 800 years. He was actually going off of recopied Viking navigation charts. And what makes it even funnier is what a lot of people don't realize is the Chinese sent out ships before that to start making contact with the places like Africa and India. Well, by way of water, India, and they were definitely exploring the west, what we could know as the west coast of Africa.
He called the islanders that he found by drifting into a place that didn't exist on his god map. Indians, which he didn't call them that. He said Indios because he knew, not thought. It is written. He wrote his letters. We have them. He was in Dutch Indonesia, where Indios are from. Hi, I will
Like I
be
say,
here listening, but doing, as Elizabeth
he was
said.
trying to find a shortcut to India.
When he went north under threat of mutiny, he said the southeast coast of USA is Saipan. Because that's what's northeast of the Dutch Indonesian islands. He was 100% sure. He wrote it in several letters.
And for his efforts, the crown put him in jail. The Spanish crown put him in jail. Then he was let go. Then he was put in jail by the Pope for preaching heresy.
Hey, Elizabeth, if you get back in front of your keys, have you seen 2022's Predator movie called Prey? About 1719 engines versus a CIA alien space invader. Trophy hunter of men's. Oh my goodness. What a mess. Prey. Yeah, but the engines
Yeah.
didn't write nothing down. And I don't believe, not for 1 second. Sorry, you won't convince me.
Well,
That
now here's
somehow the great 27 generations later, grandchildren's in assimilated places and most of us mutts having been properly assimilated, meaning the white dudes impregnated the brown chicks. Gonna breed that engine right off that continent.
That ain't happening.
C, manifest destiny and assimilation. It's not an American invention.
Nope. Well, okay. One reason we know Columbus was operating off of some charts that the Portuguese had redid from the Vikings. And we also know the Vikings came to the New World, but they were more north than Columbus was. We know that the Vikings sailed using the river system in Europe into Russia. We know, or we believe actually, there's evidence that they actually had Vikings sail all the way to Korea. Okay, that's a long way from Scandinavia. Korea is. But see, the one reason Columbus was looking for that spot is the Catholics, the Pope, as well as the person who wanted to be the Holy Roman Emperor, which was the crown of Spain, did not want to pay the Muslims tax. They wanted to cut out the middleman, so to speak, for getting stuff from China rather.
For those that just listen, let me read the chat. Read the chat. Elizabeth did not see 2022's prey. It is, I don't want to say anything that'll get my YouTube banned. There is another free, or maybe I'll just send you a link in email, Elizabeth. You can watch it free with ads at an other than YouTube service right now. Or if you have Hulu. She said, manifest destiny, you are right. It is just a nightmare of what the natives called the uncivilized greedy. And before you jumped on, we discussed the natives of the lands, the Aztecs and the Mayans, were busy sacrificing each other. We call the peacenik, perfect, wonderful natives of here, all across what we call now the North American continent.
Oh yeah, they were happy
Had
killing each other.
no problem KIAing each other and taking each other's stuff.
And land and territory.
It's a lot easier to sleep in some other guy's teepee than to build your own.
Yeah. Though I will say the more peaceful, not peaceful, but more peaceful Indians you find in your northwest of the Americas. And those that were wiped out, what we also used to call the Mississippians. But they were wiped out before Columbus. Your mound builders.
Oh boy.
Just like we now know the Clovis theory might have happened for the West Coast, but not for the East Coast Indians. Because there's evidence of the East Coast Indians being here before the Clovis theory. And for those that don't know what the Clovis theory is that during the Ice Age, there was an ice bridge from Asia to the Americas, and the Indians came across that ice bridge.
And
So,
the Eskimos
course,
are the continuing link back to then. They're so similar in traits and stature and features to the Mongolians.
right. So according to the Clovis theory, all Indians are Chinese, which is wrong.
Yeah, well, according to
If,
modern DNA studies, nope. The survey says 0.
now there are a group of Indians in South America that their building style, their way of doing things, closer imitate ancient Egypt. In fact, they even build grass or reed boats to go on a river or on this one lake that are made exactly, I mean, exactly like the ones that you find in, that they found in Egyptian tombs and burial sites. And we've known this, I mean, hell, I covered this in a college class back in the 90s. Okay.
Do we dare ask the Google bar? I'm afraid to ask Google bar anything. The Clovis first theory. All right. See, George, nothing we know is allowed to be what we know it as. It's all been changed. So now it's the Clovis first theory. This is the AI overview from the Google bar. Was. Was. That means past tense. A widely accepted hypothesis among archaeologists that the Clovis people were the first to inhabit the Americas. The theory was, again, God knows. Thanks, Cancel World. The theory was based on the following assumptions. And everybody back off. Don't, anybody who has anything to say. I'm covering it. I'm fact checking ourselves in real time and disqualifying ourselves. But we're people of a certain age, and you just heard George say, and if you didn't, I'm going to say it again for him without the popple cracks of technology. See the beginning of this stream. Technology is failing us today. He not only learned this in school and had to pass tests on it, but he became a teacher based on that learning in schools, and we had to teach this to others. Or he did, I
Uh,
didn't. The Clovis people
one of,
crossed over the Americas from Asia via the Bering Land Bridge during the last glacial maximum. The Clovis people were mammoth hunters who spread across the continent. The Clovis people's distinctive lithics were found at several archaeological sites. All other Native American groups originated from the Clovis culture. However, here we go. But, never mind all that we just said. That proves that you old people don't know anything. Us young people with our AI overviews are so much better than you. Go see the movie Prey 2022. The young people are smarmy castic. I have so many reasons to hate that movie. The young people are just like, you old people, to their own parents. Pshaw, you engines, you savages. You can't KIA a predator, CIA alien space invader.
you were saying about the Clovis theory that I already said was we
However,
learned was not.
the Clovis first theory is now largely rejected. Whatever.
Well,
Whatever.
what if that's the Clovis first theory? What's the Clovis second theory?
In peace for many nations. Those mounds have recently been found. I'm reading the chat again, George.
Uh-huh.
Those mounds have recently been found through satellite and later to have been huge real cities. Those mounds,
Yeah,
Homer Ford got the DNA studies, and the Clovis theory is made untrue. Yes, on the Egyptian theories. They
yeah,
had found that Navajo and other nations there had the same medallion for healers. That was the Egyptian logo for Egyptian healers. And go see, life imitates art, imitates life, imitates art. And I can tie it all back to movies, even movies I didn't like. the whole thing about the time gate, the time space continuum gate. Oh, what the hell was the movie called? Uh, uh, uh. It had the dude in it. Escape from New York and L.A. Can't even. Kurt Russell. Pyramid movie. Stargate. Go see the 1994 science fiction action adventure film Stargate. Because in 1994, when they dug up pyramids overgrown, overgrown, spell, Dean, spell, overgrown in the South American forests. The pyramids of ancient Latin America. They were sighted by airplane, by topographical sonar, and, as Elizabeth just said in the chat, using low flying satellites. Thank you, Mr. Bill Gates. Some of his satellites.
Oh, it predates Bill Gates, the mound builders, and what we know. All he did was allow us to realize there are more sites, but I think the first where they first dug into one of the mound sites was back in the 30s, 1930s.
Yeah, but the
I mean,
ability, he invested all the money to get the first low flying, low
okay,
orbiting satellite systems in place to just say, let's map it using
yeah.
light imaging, laser imagings, and everything else. And these aren't mounds. These are damn pyramids just as big as the ones in Egypt.
Oh, you're talking
But
about the ones down in South America?
yeah,
Yeah.
hidden
Well, you
Maya
got also
cities, hidden Aztecs. And the pyramid in Mexico City is what
Incans,
Mexico
Mayans.
City is famous for.
Yeah. A lot of people don't realize that Mexico City used to be a giant lake.
So then we say, uh, Mexican and Egyptian pyramids, snake images. And my mother
Well,
just
you're
sent me pictures of these things coincidentally yesterday. Someone in our family was sharing pictures of these supposed snake heads that are shared between all of the pyramids on planet Earth, which is where we get one of those Alien versus Predator crap show movies.
yeah.
My first live stream was about how much hated it that freaking Arnold Schwarzenegger's Predator made us out of their experiments to hunt.
Well,
That's all
the
based on this is archaeological reality. All these
yeah.
heads are identical. The so-called snake heads of the pyramids, global. Some of these pyramids have been buried in South American vines and forests and everything else, for 900 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, so silly.
Well,
And
someone asked
people
me
so powerfully state, yeah,
the
we got evidence against whatever the hell that was George just said. No, they don't.
uh, someone asked me which do I believe in, evolution or humans came from outer space, and I made what I told them was there's more concrete evidence that humans came from outer space than there is that we came from these fur-covered monkey-like humanoids, because there is no evidence that we came from. That's one reason it's total science fiction. There's a comic book series called The First Kingdom, and at the end of the book, The First Kingdom, what it shows are some advanced humanoids from outer space that happen to get marooned on Earth, mating with what we call Neanderthals, which is an interesting, and that is one of the beliefs that some people have. But I'm just saying, as far as actual concrete, you can hold it in your hand type evidence, there's more evidence that humans originated in outer space or we've been visited from outer space than there is than that we used to be covered in 100% fur, as in what a lot of people called, the monkey, for the monkey trials. Because as you and I always already pointed out in a previous thing, uh, nowhere in his paperwork did Darwin ever say we came from monkeys.
Darwin did not say we evolved from anything.
Yes, he said that animals will evolve
He said they will
to suit,
adapt.
adapt. Well, in other words,
Derivative fools
yeah, because
derived and stole his word and turned it into this
one of the things
misinformation campaign we still suffer.
one of the things he noted is he was finding animals in the Galapagos Islands that were identical to animals we knew that were in North America, such as iguanas. The thing is, the iguanas in the Americas don't swim; they live in the desert. The iguanas on the Galapagos Island are avid swimmers, and they fish. They don't have gills, but they are avid swimmers.
Well, and it's just so you know, the modern take isn't the breakthrough missing link nonsensory that you and I had to. That was it. If you want to get out of whatever 6th grade and haul your dumb arse on to 7th grade, never mind reality. It says on the California state standardized testing that all schools, even private schools, must subject. That means rule by force. Their students to must. And the students must pass it. Or they get to flunky flunk and stay in the grade they were in.
Now,
Question. Did
have
humans evolve from monkeys? True or false?
no
If
false?
you answered no, false, well, then fail. I hope you like the 6th grade. You're staying here until you get it through your thick skull that you answer what we tell you to answer.
Yeah.
Then go ahead, be smart, and be out of school.
One of the things my dad used to say when people say, "Well, according to the Bible, the humans are only," he goes, "No, no, 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 no. It says on the basically the first 7 days, God did this, God did this, God did." Who is to say what is the day? What is a day for God? For God, a day could be a day, one circle of the sun when He created the sun, or it could be 100 years, 1,000,000 years, a quadrillion million years. No one can say. We do know, and who says he wasn't experimenting to start off with? Took his time. Some of his experiments failed. Look at humans today. I think someone started stealing the IQs.
Well, you're more charitable to us, hairless monkeys. I don't set
Some,
myself apart. I've said already
I
10 times this stream. It must be because I'm stupid.
no. You look at some people, and you look at some people and the way they react, and you want to go, maybe those that believe in evolution are right. And some of us are just more evolved than others.
I must break for a second.
Okay.
Shall I put girl up?
Yeah.
Oh no, I opened her and then I closed her again. Oh well. Come back screen. Go to downloads. Search the downloads, BRB. Open the girl. Slide her over. Whoop, there she is. We'll take a quick break. Be right back. Okay, getting back. I hope I just closed it and didn't minimize it. So we'll say 01, 13, 30, 01, 13, 30. Restating warnings. We are topic hopping, and some might find it offensive. It's the best I'm doing. Read the chat. And then ask the chat before I read the chat. If you are hearing this thing live, wow. Sorry. I took a break and someone that types fast typed in the chat. I'm going to read the chat. But Miss Elizabeth, if you are hearing this thing, when George gets back, well, George vanished. Bye, George. Rip. Just kidding. George didn't ripped. It's just the young people these days say when someone drops out of a online thing, they say rip. Elizabeth said, when George gets back, Elizabeth, if you hear that pop, snap, crackle, pop, or static sound, let me know in his audio. Because then I will know, is it his audio or is it just me? The chat says, I say this, today God, however, and I'm just reading the chat, Udins, calm down. I say this, today God, however one wants to name that entity, talks to me from the burning bush, I will have a heart attack. But until that day, no human really has any information from God except Moses claimed to be given 10 laws to exist peacefully and successfully, and Jesus saying 10 is too much for humans, too. Yep. Love one another, treat each other as you wish to be treated, yourself
Is
as
this
your
any better?
brother. So far, yes.
Okay, I got off the laptop. I'm back on my desktop.
Yep, definitely. It is gone. Now we know. Knowing's half the battle. There's something wrong with the connectors, the software, a small tiny circuit inside, and maybe there's a little spider in there playing with that tracing on your motherboard.
I
Talking
think
about ha ha ha,
what
let
it
me
is,
mess with George.
the Windows on my
Oh,
laptop
no,
is
there
trying
it
to
is.
update.
So we'll wait and see. Hey, Elizabeth, when George talks, let me know if you hear any popping and crackling. You don't have a fan running in the background or something, do you?
Yeah, heater. Probably hearing my heater if you're hearing something that sounds like a fan.
It doesn't sound like
It's
a
cold
fan.
outside.
It sounds like static. Almost. It's just a very disruptive popping and crackling.
Then I don't know what that is.
Love and
Give me a
care for
second.
each other.
I'll see if I can't fix it.
Okay. Not better than or less than others. Natives around the world say, and guard all it is, be grateful and careful of all that is created to present better and more to the next 7 generations, and teach each generation the same. Even the not natives, even though most of them were. Meaning, the illustrious, whatever, 20 WASP men that wrote the founding docs that we're going to do some stuff on someday. Did they say to make a better union or a more perfect union? That was lie words. They had to tell each other, we already got a good union. We just got to make it better. We'll get into that another day. But they said, for us and us alone? No. They said for our posterity or posterity, however you choose to say it. They were worried about who comes behind us, who follows after. At least on the face of it. I'm sure I have opinions, but to finish up that other thought, the other thought, updating our educations. We got updated. Thank you, Google Bar. About the Clovis theory or the Clovis first theory. And again, I'm all good with it. Whatever you say, teach. I know how to pass that test. I had it not literally beaten into me as a child in your horrifying public schools. Do what they say, not what is right and or correct, or suffer. Especially a teacher you hate. How many times you want to fail and live in their world? You're not proving anything by beating your head against that wall. Anyway, that's how I looked at it. Updated. Angry, agnostic, atheistic, Evolution is revolution, man. Evil evolutionists posit, they position, not post, posit. I still haven't purchased myself a new updated keyboard. Posit. It all came from space, including space itself. It's the whole Big Bang thing and random colliders and adrift. See, we giggled earlier about being adrift in the sea. Christopher Columbus. Trying to figure out why God lied to me. Why did God lie to me? That's the whole thing. It's all random. It's all expanding, and there could be multiverses of multiverse universes. It's infinity. And the question I always ask, since I was forced to ask it once upon a time in a college debate class. Once upon a time in a college debate class, I was forced / subjected to playing the random space dust ectoplasmic muck person of argument. I've had to play both sides of that coin. What I have thoughts about, I'll just keep to myself because they offend anybody and everybody. You're all right. Don't convince too many of the rest of us that you're right. Study carefully that if people give up their morals because we're just space dust, it could be bad. You might want to convince people, maybe you should teach your children out of that book, not our space dust book. I will be back in a few minutes. Holla. Holla when you're back. And we'll say welcome back. Now, 01, 23. Speaking of random universes, back to the checklist. And the atomic chain reaction of racing thoughts. That is church security. And I know I'm supposed to say house of worship, but I was not approached by somebody on New Year's Eve and made.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, but I can hear me too. Hang on. Let me listen again.
Just letting you know if you could hear me or not.
Yeah, now you are super loud, but the poppy crackly is still there.
How about now?
It was still kind of super loud and distorted at the top, like you got too much gain happening. But
Oh,
I'm not at
hold
least
on.
hearing me right now.
Just a second. If I got too much gain.
Maybe. I don't know what it is.
Okay, how is this working?
Well, you sound good and like deeper than you normally do. But the
All
poppy
right.
crackling's still happening. Just let it ride. She said she didn't hear it. We'll see when she's back. Whether
Okay.
it's just me or something you need to be worried about. Remember the last 2 times, it was just me and my equipment that did not start well. All right, back on the checklist. New Year's Eve. And I called it atomic chain reaction. Because also on New Year's Eve, some large-chested lawyer lady that George sent me a video to once, New Year's Eve decided to recommend for me YouTube's another video of hers, rather short. You know what I'm talking about, George?
Yes.
Lawyer lady that her and a dude talk about a lot of G words and other legal issues about defense. Is it armed attorneys? Is that what they're called?
Oh, yes.
Yes, armed attorneys. Very lovely, very smart, I guess. I don't know her name. I don't care. George will remember. Now I'm hearing me through your speakers again, through your speakers and microphone.
Just a second. I'm going to adjust some stuff. See, are you hearing me through the speaker? Or are you hearing yourself?
I was hearing me. I have several times. I'm not right this second.
Okay.
Hi, Ding.
Hello, ma'am. I hope you are well. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Ding.
Share.
I had to switch over to my Blue Yeti and my external speakers.
Everything gone mad. And I still don't know. We'll find out when Elizabeth gets back. Or Jennifer, run out in the hallway somewhere. Oh, I mean, if there was ever such a thing listening in the future, go listen on your phone or something and see, is there a huge problem with George's audio, or is it just my headset and my computer?
She has to go log on.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know if the phone or the tablet or something was
No,
already running.
one of the things I'm looking at is getting a dedicated headset versus a headset and mic, because I like my Blue Yeti.
Equal.
It's because of the way I can set up the mic. I can set it up for just that me or
If mentioned his church security, but we lie about that to avoid 74C is now using pepper ball gun G words also. Lady lawyer, and if I offend you, lady lawyer, I apologize. Somebody who is hooked up with them, go fix them, and maybe if they would stop saying things that I hate, they activate me utterly, make me scream and put my fingers in my ears and flap my arms and rock in the corner in terror, especially when it comes from lawyers, is when they say lie words about use of force stuff that I've made my whole adult self has been involved in this garbage. Someone who subscribes to that and wishes to make me not hate them. Go tell them, hey, you should probably listen to this little segment. It's time stamped. Lady lawyer, there, there is no such thing as less lethal or non lethal. Those are lies from stupid stupid, utterly stupid people. Not stupid, stupid. Now, screw you. If you say those words, you will be judged by the company you keep. Someone who is not intolerant, hateful, and stupid as I am, go say, hey, man, lady, he's got a point. And say it however politely you need to not upset your favoriteest lady lawyers. I already hate you lawyers. On the same day, I come back from listening to this guy cackle about using these. Look at the picture. She's a very, very um, lovely and smart person. She has been led astray by this wicked, wicked world. Hey, George, seeing the picture, if you saw that in somebody's hand, would you have said, oh, it's a good thing I saw the lady lawyer saying, because I know that's the pepper ball gun, and I just want that shot into my eyeball. Or would you rip yours out and defend yourself?
Exactly, because it looks like a pistol.
Yep.
That being said, though, I'm not so sure about the one that's neon orange.
Back in the
But
day
even
when
the-
California invented the orange tip and the red tip bull crap
Yeah, I know.
to supposedly secure all the safeties of the guns, and it took a minute for other less smart intra-racial violence gangs
To realize they paint the tips of their pew-pews orange.
the Hispanics gangs, Lima and their derivative works, went and got big cans of bright orange paint and dipped all the fronts of their guns in big cans of bright orange paint. It's a toy.
When they came up with that ruling, I kind of figured that was going to happen.
Yep.
But then again, I hate to say this, it comes back from a training I had on. It was basically no shoot training. That if you see and I'm talking a kid or a child with the old style revolving cap guns, little plastic cap, it looks so real. If you're a law enforcement officer and you don't shoot and it is real, you're dead. If you do shoot, someone else is dead. It's one of those. It's one of those things. Damned if you do and damned if you don't.
Yes.
Because you're not going to have the ability to make toys. Because let's face it, the little kids want their toys to look as real as possible. And I can guarantee you, a 5-year-old can tell you that's not real. Because I still remember when I was about 4 and I had some Long Ranger 6-shooters. They weren't the same weight, but they looked like Colt Peacemakers. And they were from the Long Ranger set. And I liked them because they were the correct size and not necessarily the weight because it's made out of pot metal, not cold steel. But they, the holsters would actually take a full size 45. It's a matter starting in the 70s through the 80s, 90s, and it's gotten only worse as time goes.
I'm done spending enough.
Is parents want to blame everybody else except for the people at fault. As in Junior, who decided to rob a store with a cap gun, or the fact that, Mama and Daddy did not punish Junior or Juniorette when they did something that they shouldn't have. you know, because it wasn't until people really started using those cap guns to try and rob stores that you started having kids, and then generally, and I'm saying kids, anybody under the age of 30 right now, robbing stores using cap guns that look similar, and unless you're like real super close and personal to it, you can't tell it's a cap gun or a squirt gun. I mean, I used to have an Uzi that looked like the real thing. It made similar sounds, but it was a squirt gun. I know a bunch of us went out and bought them when they first came out. Battery operated, fully automatic squirt guns.
Was somebody able to get an audio check?
No.
Just hang tight a minute, George. Well, let's try this. Play the stream on stream, but then back it up. Hello, ma'am. I hope lethal. Those are lies from who is not intolerant, hateful, and stupid as I am. Go say, hey, man, lady, he's got a point.
It's got to be
And
my
say it
computer.
however politely you need to not upset your favoriteest lady lawyers.
Because I'm hearing the pop tick
He
in
said,
mine.
though,
Wow, yours is very
I'm not so
loud.
sure about the one that's neon orange. Do I need to cut it down?
Back in the day when California invented the orange tip and the red tip bull
Okay.
But the
crap.
static is coming through on yours and my audio. So don't worry about the static. Just lower the volume or the gain a little bit.
How's that?
That's pretty good. I'm sure
I
we'll have
know-
to tweak it a little more.
A little bit more?
No, I'm sure we're going to have to tweak it a little more.
Oh, we're not going to tweak it because a little bit more is just I went and got my Blue Yeti, which is my favorite mic, out of my backpack. Well, I use it for when I game and have to have remotes. I guess I might have to get a third Blue Yeti.
Through 38. Checking and fixing audio. Pop and crack is on my end. Yay, computer. Computers always help. So we'll go back to this other garbage because dude. So if you're subscribed to them and you like them and you want to go help them out, George, go tell the armed addies, come join together. Let me borrow some of their clout and teach them that there is no such thing. Less lethal is cop syllables for less likely to be lethal. Dear lady lawyer, when you say less lethal or non-lethal, based on my academy training at the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department in 1989 through 1991, putting your knee on somebody's shoulder or neck was taught to me as non-lethal. Today, in America, in every department, using pressure or pain points is what is called soft hand techniques. What a pressure point is means that if you apply a pressure to that point, they cannot move, such as the top of their shoulder or base of their neck. So when you say things like non-lethal, blah, 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 what you're doing is making it A-OK for us to revert back to our old
ancient. We just discussed we have to undo our old learnings. Oh, wait, here we go again. Dear NC Private Protective Services Board, again, trainer certification. Scroll the page down, go to the student manual, and go to legal issues, and control F to find hands. Oh, why are you not appear here? Force. Is it in the legal issues? Besides all the other lies. Use of force. Avoid the use of force. There it is right there. Why did hand not produce a result? Never trust your technology. It is called in the use of force continuum is as follows. Presence. Go back and see all the other videos. There is no psychological force established. Verbals, that means use your words. And do not use profanity. Ha 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 ha. Define profanity, say all the cops. And then there's soft hand controls. Techniques that have a low probability of injury, such as joint locks. Locking a joint, like setting your knee upon a shoulder. Locks both the arm and the neck joint. Hard hand control. Techniques that have a higher probability of injury, such as punches, kicks, or stuns. Punches, kicks, and stuns. And I still don't define stun. Like what? Turning your peacemaker around and conking people on the noggin with it? Are you talking about that crazy Star Trek stuff? Police training manual? Anyway, someone go tell the lawyers. There it is, all over the internets. Free training from the state of North Carolina. If you don't know how to use your words, then shut up. I mean, it tells everything we need to know about you. So that's the conversation I was having when my New Year's Eve dinner was getting cold. Listening to this guy talk about his church and how they were using less lethals because they were using them pepper ball guns. Oh, but they have 45s and 45 long colts and et cetera, in case the pepper ball guns don't work.
If someone is coming into your chapel to shoot it up, I believe, and this is my belief and my belief only, both Jesus will forgive you, especially if you ask for it. God will understand, because all you were doing was attempting to stop evil. And anybody that would use a chapel, synagogue, mosque, temple of any kind, attack it just to kill the people inside, are evil. And if you say, well, I just do it because I had orders. Well, you're evil because you're stupid.
Whatever reason. And we're going to talk about that too later. But in the case of this lies, especially when you're talking about a house of worship, if everything that you present to people outside of your house of worship is a stupid, childish lie, why would you expect anybody from outside of your house of worship to wish to get on the inside? Like standing around talking about how you got all these things and these toys, and someone on the outside says, well, have you asked your attorney, the church's attorney, and more importantly, the church's insurance company, if that's a-okay? Because I don't care what your faithful belief is or isn't. In a publicly accessible building that is registered and licensed as a business in America, and it's a private one that enjoys no indemnity or immunity because of whatever flag you fly or symbol you put over your door. There is all the, let me find the notes. You must write to and from. None of this, well, I asked somebody and they're a friend of mine, or so and so goes there and visits the club with me and says, of course that's okay, you know. And then they give you disingenuous sayings like, I'd rather be tried by 12 than carried by 6. When you ain't never been sued into oblivion, have you?
No,
Foolishness.
been.
Especially, and you've never suffered the turning away. Yeah, you're all of their heroes until you blow the head off one of their children. Mr. Smart Person. How much practical experience do you have in shoot, don't shoot decision making and understanding rule number 4? Know, K-N-O-W, your target, as well as know, K-N-O-W, what's around it and beyond it. If you tutory your tutorer and it bounces off the spine or the rib cage or the hip bone of your bad guy and loses half its momentum and impacts a child, it will utterly unalive that child in a gigantic, the big heavy lead 45 caliber 230 grains, 289,000 grains that has already begun to deform and mushroom and cool off because of the deflection off of bone will evaporate the soft noggin of a 2-year-old.
Oh yeah.
So are you
But
going to be honestly standing there talking about, well, the impetus is on the bad guy? Or are you going to go home at night and see how that G word tastes yourself? And get prepared for, you don't go to that church no more. Everybody there hates you. All the ones who loved you yesterday, Lone Ranger. Because none of
now
you
the other
can
the
find in
alternative.
your book of rules and morals that are all written in a house that is supposed to be based on that book to do the right thing. If you feel that unsafe in that place, then don't go there. You should never, ever, ever, without some looking into the future and asking yourself all the questions, be messing around with any kind of use of force implement. What it is, George, what it is. You started to say something and I cut you off.
Well, you also have to look at, are you going to just stand, not defend yourself? These are decisions you as an individual have to make. Are you going to defend yourself? What are you comfortable with carrying if you are going to defend yourself?
Yeah, but that's
And
out in the public. We're talking about being indoors in a private.
That's the same. If you feel that you might be invaded by an outside body, not necessarily military, but an outside body that shoots up your house of worship or your restaurant, or which is also private, or you in your yard, and you decide to carry, as you said, but you also got, as you said, you need to know what's next to and behind your target. That's but are you willing to defend yourself? Are you willing to go to what it's going to take to delete somebody? The nice thing about certain firearms, and you know this because you've studied ballistics, is they don't ricochet a lot unless you hit steel. That's also a reason not only know your pew pew, but know what you feed your pew pew. I feel that we have the right to defend ourselves, whether we're at a church, a restaurant, or whatever. And if you're really afraid of someone entering your domicile / church, the church can take some of the church funds and hire actual police officers as security guards.
No, they can't. Not in North Carolina.
Or hire some security guards.
There you go.
Special security police.
Yep. But they absolutely won't. This is, I go over it and over and over it, and they come back and they tell me, well, so and so at the church told us not to worry about that because the associative body says absolutely H no, and then we're all going to stand around and play dumb and blah blah blah.
Well,
because we don't want to have to follow law in America. We're a church. They can get the hell out of my country.
Well, they have to follow the law regardless.
And it is a private gathering place, no different from any other. If you want to run a nightclub, you're running a church.
Well, no.
Not quite.
Because churches generally are seen as nonprofit and they have exempts of tax law, not
tax filing.
I know, but I'm just saying.
That's a secular thing as well.
Every other law, they have to abide by.
But in order for that, and not only law, it's a private organization. They have to abide by private rules, which means the insurers. In order for insurance to pay claims or indemnify anybody in that building, those insurers have a lot of lawyers who have for hundreds of years been developing those rules for their private contract customers. If you in your silly church or worship house or nightclub refuse to ask your insurer in writing, would this be covered? Then it's not covered. Because let me tell you what's going to happen. If some fool does a thing and it violated all of the insurer's rules, all of a sudden the church that all got together and all what we would call a board of directors for a private corporation, but everybody refuses to call them that. They call them the deacons or the elders or some places do call them a board. Oh, you mean you guys were just living in a fantasy land? You didn't actually figure out, do we have any rules on ourselves? What the insurance company is going to do is say, yeah, we might insure you, church building, corporate entity. But in order for us to do that, we're going to sick our tens of millions of dollars of lawyers on that idiot who held himself out as and did the work of private security without a license in your church. And now you're going to get sued by your own church, which is
Now,
totally out of their control. They don't get to tell the insurance company what lawyers to hire.
yeah, that's the reason a lot of people recommend getting shooters insurance. Now, my understanding, to be called a security guard, you have to get payment for doing said job. If you volunteer and you're not paid, you're not a security guard.
Yep, you are.
How you figure?
If you perform the services of.
Then everybody in the state of North Carolina has to go get qualified for 74C, because we're all security guards. We're all responsible for our own security. If we're going to wait on the cops to get there, we're going to be corpses.
Oh my gosh. You just had a cognitive dissonance moment. We're going to take a deep breath and we're going to go back. On a contract basis for another.
Uh-huh.
You protecting yourself according to your rights as you're allowed to.
Right.
It's not you on a contract basis, meaning somebody made an agreement. Verbal contracts are contracts in North Carolina.
I know.
So if you agreed with somebody in that church building that you would stand around doing all the things of incognito armed security, you are doing or performing the duties or services of on a contract basis. And go ahead, don't take my word for it. Go ask your insurers and lawyers. Elizabeth is back.
I'm not referring to someone who says, okay, I'm a deacon or pallbearer. Oh, not pallbearer. Oh, what do they call it? The guys that stand up and pass the collection plates.
Yeah.
Anyhow, so those individuals, those men, are going to go take some firearms training classes, and they're going to carry firearms. Good for you. As a
You better
private
go
church, as a
ask,
private,
and that's why I have it in the, it's in the description.
time out. Let me
Consult
finish this statement.
with
You
your
can
worship
understand.
house management, and I put many capital ha 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 ha.
Doing,
Okay.
I don't care what the church does. Okay, I'm talking about me. If I'm going to go to this said church, if they want to, if the church wants to say that, that's on the church. But me as a private worshiper, if I feel I am, yeah, usher. That's one term for them, but there's another one for it. I can't remember. Decide that I am in my church that I prefer to go to, because I like the priest, preacher, minister, whatever title they want to call themselves, is over there. I am going to carry. If I feel I need
If they
to.
don't have signs posted, good for you.
Exactly. If they do have signs go, I go, well, it's been nice knowing y'all. Have a nice day. Now, some churches, their answer to the possible threat is, once everybody's in, let's just lock our doors.
Yeah, in direct violation of all the fire codes of places where people gather.
Only if the locks work both ways. If the lock only works for entering, not exiting, it doesn't.
Right.
But what if someone's running late? Now you've just denied them the ability to go to church.
Yep.
So
And
it's
these
one
are
of
all
these,
things that should be thought about and discussed about.
and it should be done before the entire congregation, not just the deacons, or which is
That's
churches have
another
deacons.
problem I have, in particular with this one who wasted my time again on New Year's Eve. Because they
Oh,
think if they keep asking me these same stupid questions over and over, I'm somehow going to change my mind and answer different.
yeah.
And I did tell them on New Year's Eve, well, thanks to you, sir. And I won't name you or your church. But I am going to go again on my online live and say this is why, in particular, in this one case, it is a Christian church that those of us really worry about you professors. Because if you're going to place your faith in your deity and nothing else, then lock yourself in your house. You are a danger to everybody else in our society.
Well, it depends on what do you mean by putting your faith in your deity. And that,
after all of this, it's both. And it could take the entirety of this stream. And I wish I could talk to the lovely lawyers of
well, I'm just saying, the reason I made
get
the
a
comment,
real
because
practicing already says stuff on the internet lawyer up in here and see what they have to say, because maybe they've never been asked from a real world perspective. Is that not criminally negligent for the worship house management to not have a policy?
yeah, I agree. What I'm saying, if you have total faith, you're going to go there and you're not going to be armed because you have the faith, total faith,
Yeah,
that your
absolutely.
God will protect you.
That's not your job,
Yeah.
and that you truly believe that if you get called home to Baby J, it was meant to be. Thanks, Baby J, for bringing me home. I hate it here on this hellish rock. I can't wait to go home where everything's perfect.
That's the reason I was saying that's a decision you, as the individual churchgoer, have to bring up in your church meeting, as well as with your own conscience and your own beliefs between you and who you worship. Who being the broadest sense. Who, what, where, when, and how.
Yep. That's why
Now,
it's been up on the screen for a long time. Honesty. If everything that comes out of these people's mouths, and there's probably somewhere upward of 100 now that I've consulted with, and they refuse to pay me because I won't tell them the lies that they want to hear. Oh, but I got the records. I keep very good records. If there's no honesty in your deity house, how are you ever going to convince anybody to go there?
well, that is one reason I make this comment to anybody that asks me, is I gave up organized religion for Lent.
See, I've made that joke since I found out what Lent was in Catholic school in the 4th grade. They said, "What are you giving up for Lent?" I said, "Oh, I gave up Catholicism last Lent and never went back."
Now, that's the reason when I go to church, it's generally a very specific reason, a wedding, a funeral, or the other option is I know and I like the minister who is, or preacher or priest that's giving the sermon. And that's between me and that individual. And because the only person I consider my priest is in South Carolina, and I've not been able to go to his church ever. I've known him personally. I've talked to him, and he allows me to call him my personal priest. He's an Episcopal priest, not a Catholic priest, or Anglican priest, however you want to call it. But the thing that drove me away from that is not so much the minister, it's the people in that house.
Mm-hmm.
It is the house of God, because they seem to be the biggest hypocrites.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, and I consider that in all organized religions. The rabbi, priest, preacher, minister, whatever you call the individual standing up there and supposedly telling you how it is. It's not you that bothers me. Well, you might bother me too. It depends on what you're preaching. It's the people in your house that won't follow what they claim they follow. And it kind of goes back to something, an old saying my dad used to say, my mom said it, my grandparents said it. If the first words out of someone's mouth is "I'm a Christian," grab your wallet. Because they're going to try and steal from you. They're going to try and steal something from you. That's one reason I think using any form of religious insignia for the purposes of advertisement should be made illegal, with the exception of kosher, because you're letting people know with that little Star of David and putting the word kosher under it, it's Jewish kosher. Or halal, which is, it's like kosher, but it's for Muslim faith.
Yeah, I don't know the terminology.
It's
I really
halal.
don't care. I would rather that people, especially private stuff,
Yeah.
I want us to be totally free in this country.
Well, I'm just saying there's certain things I
Like
don't believe.
the famous Christian so-called bakery case from 10 years ago. I don't remember how long it's been.
Oh yeah, I mean,
You know,
if they want to do that, that's fine. But that's also, you know what that tells me? I'm just saying, for me, when like when an electrician puts a little old Latin symbol for the fish for Jesus on their business cards and stuff like that, that just tells me that I don't want to do business with them.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I would hope we're tangenting off onto, if we could get out from the oppression of the voting stupids. What a long time ago, one of our people who got voted for president called the masses without the M, or the masses of masses without the M. You spell it out yourself, people. It's the masses of donkeys. It's raw. I don't need the nanny state telling me what I can or can't. I wish racists were free to be racist. They'd be a lot less violent if they weren't so utterly frustrated. If they want to have a restaurant that says whites only on it, good for them. We can,
I'm not
all the
going to
rest
care.
of us, vote with our feet and our dollars. If we don't want to support that terrorism, we shouldn't. But
Yeah,
it's not terrorism, it's not violence for people to be allowed to be honest in a free star society. I don't
because
care.
I'll let you know right now. Around here in the South, if you want to go to the best restaurants, you go to the ones where all the blacks and whites and Mexicans hang out together,
Yep.
because those are going to be the best food. Because that's what they're there for. They're for the food, not the ambiance.
Hypothetically, let me turn this around so it's not
Okay.
directly related on factual history. I'm just flipping the script. If you
No
want to
problem.
have an LGBTQ plus IA 2S bakery
Go for
that
it.
is agnostic and evolutionist and everything else, and hang a big damn sign in your window that says, "We don't serve Judeo-Christians here," I wish you would. But you voted us and rules and regulated us where we can't have that. Oh my gosh, that discriminates. So what? No, it doesn't. It tells us, the practicing publics, what we need to know about people so that we can deal with them honestly. And stop having to worry that we are mandated by law to be liars and keep secrets from each other. Oh, no, we can't have that. And I guess if somebody who is affected and feels like their feelings are really hurt by it wants to bring a civil action against them, then let them, for their emotional damages or whatever it is they perceive. But it ain't 1820 and 1720 and 1520 anymore. This we got to stop living in yesteryear. If you don't like it, then grab an Uber or a Lyft or something and order your stuff to go or get it delivered. Hop in that car of yours and drive somewhere else. But stop trying to make people be what they are not and uncomfortable in their own skin. If someone wants to be a neo-Nazis, let them, until they do something that is otherwise already and always has been illegal or unlawful, like parading and blocking the public streets without a permit, having gatherings without providing proper security and management. But no one's forcing you to go there. Silly
Anyhow,
manners. It wasn't their intention. They only wanted to help us all be boot stomped by the Gestapo.
no, they wanted to become the Gestapo.
Oh no, they're not the hands-on kind of people, all them little cutie pie college kids that keep inventing all this.
No,
We're going to
They
put
don't.
you
They
out of
don't.
your own skin. We're going to convert you to our angry rich child's theology.
They want to be the head of the Gestapo because they want to be able to hire their own enforcers for their own rules.
Yeah, that don't apply to them.
Exactly.
They can be just as racist and sexist and everything else as they want to be. It's
Yep.
you peasants that must get in line. Anyway, in your any gathering, I'm directing this at the church people because when you lie about it, claiming to be the house of truth, all capital letters, it tells me all I need to know, that I don't want to be anywhere near your house of lies. Get in writing, present yourself a written list of questions, pass it through your attorneys. If your gathering doesn't have enough money to pay an attorney for a written consultation that you can fall back on as advice of counsel, then reconsider what you can get for free, and you'll get it for free from me. You better err on the side of caution. Don't risk getting sued and canceled by your own private insurers. Because how many more gatherings can you have if you don't have proof of insurance? Zero. Get it all written down. Let the lawyers help you carefully craft the what if questionings that is going to get presented to the legal department or the claims department in advance of a bad thing happening to these insurance companies. If somebody yells fire and everybody runs and everybody stampedes each other and falls down and breaks their crown. And somebody got a rug burn and somebody got a permanent damaging deep rug burn on their face. And it was a woman's. And now her lawyers are representing that her face was her everything. And since she was disfigured for life in your church building, we're going to have to sue your church building for $700 million. The value of a human face. All of a sudden, them secular lawyers can get all faces are more important to women than men. Blah, blah, blah. Now, all of a sudden, they're back off of the there is no such thing as genders and sexes train. Can your little organization afford that lawsuit at all? And why would it hurt to ask your insurers that? If something bad happens, are you going to deny it? Or are you just going to submit the claim and get it denied? That's not very adult and mature and leadership role and that kind of thing. Whatever your organization is. If you can't afford insurance and attorneys on a consultant basis, and many attorneys will heavily discount it, especially if they go to your place, but that might present a conflict. Getting an independent opinion is a real daggone good idea when you're talking about the law, criminal and civil. And it goes back to another old quote that supposedly R. Lee Ermey gave honestly to the movie because it's how they were trained in the USMCs in Full Metal Jacket. You can give your soul to Jesus, but your arse belongs to the Corps. This is just simple business sense. Get some simple business sense and stop lying, and don't call your church managed if it's not. If it's a bunch of goobers that have been there a while and they contribute a bunch more or whatever, especially if it's your local politician and he's also your church deacon because he votes that everything's cool here, well, you're not being very wise. There's no honesty in that. Don't live in a delusional bubble. It's that simple. And somebody please get the armed attorneys to sound off on it. Just feed them the idea. Don't mention me and my crazy running my mouth with all that sorry tale repercussions and reality talk. Ask them how that plays and tell them to stop saying things like non-lethal and less lethal when it involves a tool of combat defined as armed conflict. The rest of it is everybody lying to themselves. Hey, I hear me.
You hear what?
Me.
You hear you.
Yeah, coming back through your speakers.
Hold on. Any better?
For now,
Speak.
I can't tell. Oh, I'm still hearing me. But that does tie to the New Orleans thing. Because another part of, dude, I'm not going to stand out here on this sidewalk and talk to you. I'm going to go live on my phone on my YouTube right now, very low quality, and show your face and name you and your church. Have you honestly asked yourself, if you play, in this case, I said, never mind all your other stuff and your sock G word and your butt crack G word and the 10 in your truck. Get over yourself. because you've never come out to the range and qualified with me, let alone played an IDPA shooting match where you have to move and shoot, and you have moving targets and don't shoot targets. Tell me about all your specialties. But in the honest asking yourself that I asked him again on the sidewalk in front of the lunchbox, instead of thinking about Happy New Year, I was thinking about this garbage again. They keep dragging me back in. Godfather 3. What are you going to do if you miss? And KIA innocence. What are you going to do with that? The link is in the description. The California cops did it. And I hate. Somebody else get out with your news people. Do not reduce people to the current job title they are in. This is a lovely, beautiful, and I don't want to say her name wrong, last name Corrado. 27-year-old. Melida. That once upon a time in America got exiled by the cops while she was hostage. And Los Angeles is going to pay her family 9.5 M's, dollars, USDs. Why did we see what we're doing here? It's coming up on your screen, George. Los Angeles to pay 9.5 M dollars over police shootout at Trader Joe's that left assistant manager dead. Check it out, NBC. You just dehumanized and depersonalized her, she, the lovely, completely. Is that how you deal with it? You can't accept the fact that you should have said her name? Her name is less letters and syllables than assistant manager. NBC News. I'm picking on you because yours was the first one that came up when I Google searched it. They finally got down to her name in the first sub headline or byline. So they did say her name. But this is the talking away from the truth and the inability for us as a society and individually, the individual authors of this and the editors can't accept that and talk about like adults. OMG's that woman. What could a 27-year-old M. Corrado have become in this world? Our first United States president, woman. I don't know, next Rosa Parks, but that's all beside the point. Oh man, Trader Joe's got out an assistant manager. That's horrible. Like, that sucks. It's what I call de minimis. It's another lawyer term. It's making it minimalized. They're going to pay some money from the relatives of a woman fatally shot by LA police during a shootout with a gunman. There was no shootout. They're already telling lies. And NBC, that the cop got carried away and did what cops do, probably shut his eyes and pulled the trigger till it went clickety click. The father and brother. Corrado was an assistant manager at the store in Silver Lake neighborhood. I lived for a while with my uncle in Silver Lake. Shout out to Silver Lake. It's a dangerous place. They said, police said Corrado was caught in the crossfire. No, she was not. Notice they don't have a link back to that article. Where did they say that, NBC? Because they didn't. Neil, I can't say that name either. Neil G., an attorney for Corrado's family, said her death was preventable if the officers had followed their training. And here we go again. How many ways could we appeal this and fight this and jump up and down? There's being a settlement, which means they'll admit no wrongdoing, because in the very next thing, officers must look at the dangers posed to bystanders when using deadly force, and the officers here failed to do that, G said in a statement. No, they don't. That's the theory. There has never been, and I could attest to it, any proper instruction, training, and practice. In practice, no matter what, any kind of Xerox copied memorandum you can find from the 1960s stuffed in a dusty file cabinet somewhere, does it say that they must look at dangers posed by bystanders when that's rule 4. That's for civilians. Officers must look at everything, and it says so right here. The Los Angeles Police Commission determined the officer who fired the fatal shot didn't violate department policy. So did they or did they didn't follow their training? The LA Police Commission says they did. Because policy is you will follow your training. Policy meaning written word. What the problem with the police department policy is that it does not state that the training must be written. A report, and I have to wonder about this, a report by who said officers acted reasonably because they believed the G-man presented an immediate threat of injury or death. Now, I can believe that. And it doesn't need to be immediate. It needs to be imminent. But immediate is a sub-definition of imminent. Was the threat posed by the bad guy immediate in nature to threat of injury or death to innocent third parties and or the law enforcement officers themselves? Absolutely. Okay. And that's all they got. That's it. This is the relegation to history that the once upon a time Melida Corrado. I apologize, madame, but I do remember you. No one else does. And here it is. So what are you going to do if you miss? What are you going to do if you end innocent life? Are you thought out in your mind that when you're playing the security or you're playing self-defense, if you're going to defend yourself with your pistoli or whatever you want to use, and something happens, an innocent bystander gets unalived, are you, never mind legally, and none of us have the money to survive. We're not the county of Los Angeles. We're not going to fork out $9.5 million, none of us. And the money doesn't matter. The other stuff doesn't matter. Are you mentally, emotionally, psychologically, spiritually, whatever you want to call it, that makes you you and distinct from every other biological human being? Are you good with that? You can handle that. Better them than me. Sucks to be them. I'm being very rude because that's the answer, especially cops have. That's all they teach them. You got to go at home tonight. It's your duty. Rip. Let me copy her name so I don't typo it. Gone and forgotten. Rip. Let's leave it there. To the, put her name, case. Innocence, lost. And all you hardcore agnostics and atheists, remember, you don't care. It's just sparkly randomness. It was meant to be. That whole situation evolved itself into being. Was that ugly? I said I would be offensive. And that will always lead to, or I had already started to lean into. So let's talk about Nowlands. Sad. Because I was on these tangents. And I sent it out in the email. On to, already in, sad, New Orleans. What I want to know, inquiring minds want to know, hashtag too soon. This is the out of order. How many, if any, I'm very, very clear about this, of people harmed or unalived in New Orleans, Louisiana at approximately 3:15 a.m. on January 1, 2025 were harmed or hurt by police? Maybe none. But it makes me extra curious, starting to lean towards paranoid conspiracy theorists when they're very silent about it. There's an awful lot of bullet holes in that white pick-em-up truck. Wherever police officers send the bullet holes, the least of them hit target. So we're getting into, but I have to pee. So I'm going to put girl up on screen. Is that all right, George?
Yes.
All right. Girl on screen. We're all going to go pee. Be right back. Yay, I was back.
Welcome back.
Thank you, sir. The other thing, New Orleans. Holy cow. I'm hearing me through your microphone again, George. So then we go to, hang on. I am in echo. Didn't go,
Echo.
yeah. I pre-smiled. I thought you might. For those of you who haven't figured it out, George has quick wit, and it's good to me. It's good stuff. Of course.
Any better?
Nothing important, in my opinion. This morning, I stupidly, foolishly, silly me, clicked some headlines. And everybody in the mainstream media is freaking out because Donald Trump, truth or social, some nonsense based on a seed of crap fed to him by, it's not his fault, except that it is his fault. He refuses to get anyone around him who will tell him, hang on just a second, sir, please. And I'm going to run all the way off the deep end and think when Joe Scarborough and everybody else went down there to supposedly kiss the ring, them and all the other rich, famous people, including Donald Trump himself, sat around having fine beverages and huge laughs at 100% of the American public about, Donald, our ratings suck. Could you say something that we could squawk about, and then we'll call you names, and then you can call us names again, and all of our ratings go up? And he was like, yeah, I'm in showbiz. Cool. Sounds good. Every time you say my name, Rachel Maddow, you got to buy another non-frangible from Melania. Cool, no problem. Or people who think he doesn't know who to trust and everybody's out to get him. Then why did Fox News do that to him, knowing that he's going to always fly off the handle and say some damn thing that he can't retract? He's incapable of it. Fox News went and cleaned up their mess real quick. And so I'm just so, well, we're all busy talking and reading about, and can we not? If you don't get anything out of it and you're already resigned that it's going to be hell of 4 years of him thumbing madness onto his internets, then shut up about it, you lefties. Put a counter page up somewhere and increase the count every time he does it. So anyway, Fox News said some damn thing about that truck seen at the border 2 days ago based on sources. And Donald Trump went on this insane, they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs, they're eating the immigrants. No, the immigrants are coming over our border and eating us and driving white pickup trucks into New Orleans. And it turns out it was an American-born guy. FBI has finally confirmed that. At first, for the first 48 hours or 36, they were saying he was a citizen, but not whether or not he was a born citizen or a naturalized one. Turns out born. Yes. Former Army something, as if that matters. It doesn't matter. But Fox News deleted their seed that they grew of Donald Trump Stix's foot in his mouth again, tree out of. Somebody tell Fox News, stop doing that to Donald Trump. If this isn't all for his benefit, stop doing it to him. Mr. President, sir, almost. Get someone around you who will tell you, hang on, wait just a second, don't send that. Get a hold of your daughter. It is rumored. Oh, wait, it is stated out of her own mouth on several deposition recordings that she tried extremely hard, even put daughter pouty lip out at you. And it still wouldn't keep you in line, sir. Well, unless you just don't care, then would you please put on the 8chan so that everybody else can get it out to the likes of me that, you know, he's in this with Rachel Maddow. It's all a show. Instead of talking about the people's names or any other details, all of news is all about he's going to be your president. Let me count down the days. I've thought about, let's run a countdown and we'll just do a shorts every day, George. And name a different super popular liberal Democrat that promised to get out of this country if he won again, or especially the ones that if he won the first time in 16. We'll count them down and call them out and make noise about them until Inauguration Day.
Sounds like fun to me.
Your president in T minus how many days? Rachel Maddow.
17.
For all the specialty, not my president crowd, your president. And only.
The only way he wouldn't be their president or our president is if they or we gave up our citizenship.
Mm-hmm.
And if they wish to give up their citizenship, fine.
Yeah, I think we should. Especially after Inauguration Day. Send out the, whatever we're going to call them, the feeling stoppos, right?
Uh-huh.
The weaponized Department of Justice. Send the agents. However we put them together, I don't care. Send the space people. Who'd you say you don't like that program?
Space Force?
Yeah, that. Send the Space Force agents. They're federal agents. They're federal employees. And ask all of these famous liberal-crats. I don't know what else to call them. Anti-Trumpers. Never-Trumpers. Everybody. Just ask them all. Do you swear or affirm that Donald J. Trump is your president and was, well, he was our president, number 45? Yes or no? But don't tell them this. If they answer no, then we charge them with whatever it is. Have you ever given up your citizenship or spoken against the United States of America? Yep. Yes, you have. You are no longer citizen. Yep. I have thought. Especially for that cause. My whammon, my woman, my good, my better than me would be like, oh, you're going to go online? Go ahead. Who are you going to squish under Donald Trump's foot today? Love you, Rachel Maddow. I call you Mad Cow. It's my loving nickname for you. I don't blame him. I put it in here somewhere. It's in the description. I would too, almost there, THEIR, Mr. President. because that's the Star Wars 1977. Almost there. When the guy's almost there to take his shot at the duct. If I could get under their skin, I probably would too. And then I said, I lied, I wouldn't. I am unfortunately for the fortunes have not smiled upon me that way. So rich that I just don't give a F. And besides, gosh darn it, people like me. Look how many people voted me. But soldier on, child king. Bravo.
Of all the people that said they were going to leave if he got elected, only one has.
Gosh knows who was that?
Ellen DeGeneres.
She leave?
Yep.
Oh my gosh, hang on. I must research. Did Ellen DeGeneres leave the country? November 25th. According to Fox News first, Ellen DeGeneres discussed getting the boot from Hollywood and kicked out of the show business in stand-up special after talks. I don't care about that. November 22, Forbes. Aw, you took away Portia de Rossi? I don't care. I only cared about Portia or Portia, however you say her name. De Rossi or Rossi, however you say her name. In the Ally McBeal era when she was on that, and I got that on DVD if I ever want to see it again. According to Forbes, Ellen and her moved to England post-election, a new standard of celebrity accountability. They fled the United States after President-elect Donald Trump's successful bid to return to. That's according to Yahoo. Facebook e-news, E coli, E exclamation point news. E exclamation point is a media, video, whatever you call it, production company. Leaving the US and moving to UK. Economic Times, we skip them. Hindustan Times, we have to skip them. Fox 5, leaving amid Trump victory report. HuffPost. November 21, Ellen reportedly departs the U.S. I would say this is a pretty good source. Thank you, George. Well, bye. Yeah, I'm all giggly. I can take her off to harass her every day on my shorts in the countdown. Aw. Aw, how many aw was? With a Z. Ellen. Whale talk girl. She was the whale talk fish in the Finding Nemo movie. I was Ellen.
I tell you one thing,
Bailed out after Trump win. Oh, so sad. Oh.
I can tell you one thing. She's not going to give up her U.S. citizenship for being a subject of England because the taxes are too high.
Way to go, girl. Both of
Because
you.
you know she don't want to pay those taxes.
Yeah, whatever. I don't know what else happened. I remember there was drama, but remember, hey, all of you who never heard my stuff before, number one, go listen to all my other stuff, or just let it play. I should make a playlist and make it easy for people to help us up our viewership and hours watched and all that. Just let it play on a device that's muted while you're off doing something else. Way to go, girls. I don't know what else drama. I understand the Ellen show was quite a big thing for quite a long time. which
Yep.
means that based at the other part of the they equation, and I really don't know how to say her name, Portia or Portia. I apologize. She, they, him, there. I don't know your pronouns either. Not looking them up. Very famous people by staying put, especially in a rapidly reducing bailed out state like California. In the biz, jobs go away when they go away.
Well,
Okay.
jobs didn't go away when she went away. They went away before she went away due to the fact she got fired and her show got canceled.
Even so, she's a super rich people's, and so is the other one. She was a model and an actress and something else. They all the rich people in California, they have security guards. They have housekeepers. Most of them illegal aliens, but I mean, semi-documented in a sort of defined documented way. Workers, and they swirl around and be seen where they need to be seen, and contribute to the local silliness economies of the local Los Angeles Hollyweird. Back in the day, it was booze and steaks at the Brown Derby. I don't know what it is now. It's probably some vegan styrofoam, organic factory that costs $2,000 a plate. Taking people out of your economy. See, someone kept their word. Kept their word. Good job. Man, made me giggle. Aw. Thanks, George. I needed
You're welcome.
the giggle. All the rest of you, follow your leader, Ellen. Keep your word. Get out.
Yeah, you got a house in Italy, Clooney. Go live there.
Yeah, please. We'll remake Hollyweird. It'll be okay. Promise you. And when all the left libs are gone and there's no one left but the Trumplicans, a lot of them professing, we can unwoke our movies too. The market will be better for movies.
Yeah. Well, according to people we listen to, as well as the news, Hollyweird is are in the makings of unwoking themselves because they've lost too much money.
Yeah, especially that Hollywood isn't Hollywood anymore. It's Disney. They bought everything. Not their fault. If I had that kind of power, I'd buy it too. But
Yeah,
now the
until
only question is, are they doing this on purpose because they can? Out of secret, not so secret hate of everybody that has made them suffer all their lives about not enough
could be,
bulged
but
in the wrong spot dresses.
they're going to only last as long as someone in DC doesn't bother to read a federal law book and go, "Oh, Disney, you have a monopoly. We're going to break you up whether you want to be broken up or not."
All right, let's try. BBC is so British. I hate to sponsor British. And I'm not sponsoring it. Let's go CBS. Victims of Bourbon Street attack in New Orleans include former Princeton football star, aspiring nurse, loving dad. See, that's okay to me. They didn't reduce them to anything. And with so far, last count I saw, 15 KIAs.
Yep, it was initially 12.
It was initially 10. But I don't expect them to write their names and birth dates in a headline that has to fit in a Twitter feed. Take that, Elon Musk.
Well, and the one in Vegas, he accidentally deleted himself.
Or did it on purpose? Have
Well,
they come out and said that he didn't meant to hurt himself?
the belief is, because there's no evidence whether he deleted himself or not. The belief is he didn't delete himself on purpose because they did find an AR style pew pew in the truck. And as well as he didn't do much research on the vehicle he was using, he shouldn't have used a Tesla truck. He should have used just a Tesla. Because due to the nature of the way the truck's designed, it didn't do a lot of damage.
Okay. Yep. Here we are at 02 57 00 CBS.
Now, one of the things that's been reported
The
is
list.
the FBI and the Justice Department have found several links between the individual that tried to pay bumper cars with people and the one who tried to very badly to pretend he's IRA in Vegas, car bomb, have several links together, such as
We'll jump
chat
on that in a
room.
minute.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, it's on the to-do list. I was just trying to stay on the list in order.
Oh,
I made a note
well,
up there on the screen. Keep it in
they're
mind,
kind of
George. We're going to come right back to it. We're going to read a
okay.
couple names and a little bit of something's about the victims. We're going to talk for a minute about the victims, and then we'll talk for however many minutes it lasts about the bad guys. Kareem Badawi. Badawi. A student at the University of Alabama was among those killed in the Wednesday morning attack. According to AL.com, last name starts with a B, started his freshman year at University of Alabama in autumn of 2023. Graduated school in Baton Rouge. Scroll up a photo. Very handsome, fine young person. And sorry, sir. There's at least 15 of you. I gotta keep scrolling. Tiger, and I understand, I saw this one earlier. This last name is pronounced Beach. Bech. A couple or few, and they may have been echo chambering and amplifying each other. If it's wrong, I apologize. Tiger, Beach, and family. 28, a former All-Ivy Princeton football player. Died during the Bourbon Street attack. His mother, Michelle, confirmed to CBS News. I don't know why they would say that. News people, lawyers, Supreme Courts, everybody stop doing partial quotes. Either give a quote or don't quote back to the mother. Beach was an amazing kid and he went out on top of the world, his mother said. But only amazing kid and went out on top of the world is wrapped in quotes. Why would she call her son by his last name? He worked as a
Well,
junior bonds trader in cybersecurity at Seaport Global. Scrolled on screen to a second. For a second. Sorry, sir. Rip, and my condolences to the family. Drew looks like Dauphin, Dauphin. Graduate of Auburn University, worked at the university's RFID lab, radio frequency identifications. What is RFID?
radio.
Face and go. Radio frequency identification is a wireless technology that uses radio waves to identify and track objects or people. Yes, what I thought it was. Hey, CBS. No acronyms unless you say what they are first.
They love alphabet soup.
Yep. Got a good beard. I'm very envious of the facial hair of Drew. And the boat. I could use that boat.
Boats are holes in the water that suck up money.
Yeah. But if I could just borrow it and go fishing way out all by myself. Oh man, here's another name I'm going to destroy. Maybe I won't. Maybe I should just spell it. It's scrolling up on your screen in a few minutes. Anybody just watching. Or, I mean, anybody, George.
That
N-I, yeah, Nikira Cheyenne, Dedo,
No,
Didiox. I don't know.
No, it's not. It's a French name, so
Yeah, but around here in where I'm at, the name Quixote, properly spelled like Don Quixote of fame,
Quixote.
is pronounced Quixote. So I don't know. I don't want to mess up somebody's name more than I just did.
The number of times I've heard my last name pronounced wrong, and the way they pronounce it is, it's a physical impossibility because there's 3 consonants between the 2 vowels, so it's no way that the E on the end can make the I long.
And yet that one guy that we discussed recently tried to remember only for his good stuff, not his 10 million bads. Bill from up there in Raleigh. Yeah. Recently retired, I guess. Maybe. At least on paper. Used to call you and your Mrs. Hines like the ketchup.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
Aspiring nurse. Well, I'm just going to say her initials. They said her in the paragraph. So that's the pronoun I will use. Aspiring nurse, NCD. Passed away on Bourbon Street, her mother said in a social media post. I lost my baby. Just pray for me and my family. Please. Please. She's begging. I apologize, mother. I'm not making fun. I have no clue what you are going through. I'm just some dude on the internet. She was scheduled to begin a nursing program at Blue Cliff College on January 13th.
Now there's a lot of people that she could have saved won't be saved.
Yep. They put this bad guy down, right?
Yes.
He's got X's over his eyes, one way or the other, right?
Yes.
Yes.
I think they both do.
Yeah, I knew the one in Las Vegas, but too much excitement lately. I thought this one did. He won't ever hurt nobody again either. Yay, that. I've said before, and hey, everybody, go back to see all the warnings. I got it in the title, description, and several times now logged in the log, and I'm not going to get off screen to go log it again. I beg of you, please, anybody thinking about doing bad things in my country, number one, get out of my country. If you want to play these games of life and death, they need your help in
Syria.
Syria, Israel, Palestine's, I don't care, the Russia, Ukraine, Georgia, not our Georgia, not the real Georgia, the predates us by hundreds of years, Georgia. You can find trouble if you want to get in it somewhere in this world. Some joker might even pay you for it. Private government contracts. If you want to go play, let's hurt each other. Go play it on a fair and balanced playing field. If you're working with the non-existent agency out of Langley, Virginia, you are advantage you. Stop hurting innocents in mine and George's country. Then, me being offensive level 2. If that doesn't work for you, then go see a shrinker, a priest, a rabbi, an imam, and everybody else. Or just commit yourself forever and ever for being a lunatic to keep you from having these impure thoughts of harming yourself and others. But if the end result is that you're hoping, welcome back, Elizabeth. I'm highly offending. And I don't know, maybe I shouldn't say it on a live stream. Maybe I should just think it real loud. But if all else fails and we can't get you fixed or well employed in where this is acceptable, especially the guy in Vegas and the guy in New Orleans that supposedly had something to do with our armed forces. Well, get back in and go overseas. Get higher up and go do secret squirrely stuff.
They
Sign up
might
with a
not
contractor.
be back in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you're not going to get help and get it fixed and learn to cope and live with it peacefully and not hurt somebody else, and the end result is like the saying is suicide by cop. Well, just do the unaliving by self first. Don't put that off on some cop. Some innocent bystander might get hurt. And I know I'll have to submit this to the moderators and say, do I need to remove it and remove that statement? Having let it follow, I gave you 4 other alternatives to please get well in your head. Don't do these things. But if you're hell-bent for the destruction and it ends with you not alive, then go ahead and take care of that first. Leave everybody else alone. Billy. Here's another one. Why does everybody have to have a name I can't say? D-I-M, capital M, A-I-O. I don't want to... I'm sorry, say again?
Demora?
Okay. I'll take your version. Billy D. Another one. Billy D worked as an account executive for Odyssey, a podcast and radio company. I think I have an Odyssey account. I have something. Maybe I had a subscription once upon a time. I don't remember. See? You bad guys out hurting people. That could have affected me. I don't think so. I think Elizabeth's talking about Nevada, and we're coming back to Nevada. We're working on the victims in Mayo is how I heard it. Very good. Elizabeth said. We're trying, families, victims, people who happen across this, anybody. We're really trying not to. The rest of this stuff might be offensive, but this we're not trying to be. A podcast and radio company in New York City. You see, he worked on account executive. He worked in the biz of helping people who are putting in the work try to do like we're trying to do these live things and find help getting it more popular or better, like who handles what an account executive at a podcast company or radio company does is get advertisers or sponsor monies in the door to pay the talent. Well, now there's a hole in that market. All the work is going to be left on a desk somewhere, and bad guys. Not just for me. I haven't heard that name since. A feeling in the force for a long, long time. But it rings a loud bell in my noggin. Might be from 20 years ago when I tried to get my good friend now ripped, Mr. BJ, with the beautiful radio voice and personality, to do podcast before it was called that. We were trying to come up with a cool name, a catchy name for internet radio. Hubert Gauthreux. See?
Guthrie?
Okay, yep, sure. Age 21, just a baby. Just a tiny little baby. I mean, a fine young man. Maybe. Pronouns not ascertained. A fine young person. Graduated from the Archbishop Shaw High School in New Orleans in 2021. That sounds to me like a Catholic school. Should we look it up?
Nah.
Search Google for that. It's a New Orleans boys' Catholic school. Even more so, sir. Anybody who survived Catholic school, let alone single-sex Catholic school, you're my hero. You have seen the horrors of this world. Fine looking young person. Hair cut over the ears like must be at a Catholic school or in the United States Armed Forces. Gunsrow. Yeah, I don't know. You and George are far braver than me, Elizabeth, because I was just like, let me spell it. This one I can say, and I'll find out someone was type. No, I heard it as Hunter. Reggie Hunter, 37, a store manager and loving dad. See? Orphaned. You left orphaned. And who knows? Maybe Reggie Hunter was the unicorn I was looking for that is the right person to be in a management role who understands that leadership, management, especially if you held yourself out as and open your own company, is a very paternal role. I know, ladies, get over it. We need both. There should be co-management in our retail businesses. But I think there needs to be a man-style man in management who ain't going to love his employees unconditionally like they're his children. He had 2 sons, Landon, 11, and Christian, 19 months. Always laughing and joking. And I don't know, I could be speaking out my butt. Hey, anybody out there, if Reggie Hunter was a bad manager, let it go. He ain't gonna be no more. Sorry, the gallows stuff gets a hold of me. He loved his kids, his sisters, and his daddy, all of us. He didn't deserve this, Jackson said. Who's Jackson? His cousin. And that's another one that makes me sad. Hashtag too soon. No innocent lost deserves this. I wish we could get that out of our American mouths. The compulsion for people to feel like they must say that. But it's all right. It is what it is. No, he didn't.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, ma'am. If I may call you that. Nicole Perez, 27, a mother to a 4-year-old son. Perez worked at Kimmy's Deli and this is French or worse, Raging Cajun out of Louisiana. Metaire. Her friend and boss, Kimberly Usher Fall, said Perez was a dedicated worker, smart, happy, and a good-hearted person. Oh, she's making a little kissy lip face that only identifies as women can properly do on the internet schwebs in the selfie photos. Kiss your lips. Guys, don't do that. If you identify male, I don't care. If you identify female and you got a big hairy face because you just started your hormones and stuff, then go ahead. But make sure you're 10% cutie pie, girly kissy face as this one is. And that's somebody's mother. 4-year-old son. Is she a single mother? Because, hey, I was the child of a single mother. If you just unalived one of my parents, you would have done me a horrible thing. It doesn't have any more details. Poor child, 4-year-old, whoever you are, wherever you are, whatever your name is. I don't have any words for you, sir, ma'am. Your mama had a great kissy face for the internets. Here's another one I probably won't say correct, but I'm going to give it a go. Matthew Tenedorio, 25. A beloved son, brother, uncle, and friend whose laid-back spirit and infectious laughter brought joy to everyone around him. There's a tribute posted on a GoFundMe page to help cover funeral and other expenses. See, these are not rich people that got hurt. So, Tenedorio's family said he was an audio-visual technician at New Orleans' Caesars Superdome Stadium. Is that the famous stadium from Katrina? Where he, quote, played a crucial role in creating memorable experiences for countless fans and event goers, period, end quote. Check it out. Do you believe in coincidentals? We're having a lot of trouble with the audio today. We could really use some audio-visual technician help, guidance. We have been robbed. I'm sort of being smarmy, but I'm showing. I guess I'm thinking out loud too much about how can you tie this back to you? Because that's what we mainly do in America. Quote, my sweet cousin, heartache doesn't come close to describe what we all feel right now, Tenedorio's cousin Christina Bounds said in a Facebook post. Quote, you always gave the best hugs and had the biggest smile when you walked in a room. We will miss you forever, cuz. End quote. Heart, Christina Bounds. Another cousin, Michael, told CBS that Matthew was the youngest of three brothers. He was a great kid, full of life. Terrence Kennedy, 63. Kennedy's wife, confirmed. Kennedy's wife, Jacqueline. Oh, the odds. I want to be Jackie Onassis. Jacqueline Kennedy, number 2. Said her husband DOA'd. KIA'd. Kennedy's niece, Monisha James, told CBS News that his family grew concerned when they couldn't reach him after the attack. Those moments, minutes, hours, a thought came to my mind. Let's take an interlude. 03, 21. Still reading out the victims of NO, comma, LA, period. We've been robbed. I had a thought, and then it went away. Oh, the not knowing time ties back to something George said earlier. That is a paraphrase of the BI. I'm just putting it in here. I'll put it in quotes for you soft-hearted people, soft-spirited, unspirited people. A paraphrase of the Bible quote: with him, a day is like 1,000 years, and 1,000 years like a day. It means time has no meaning. With him, what we cannot comprehend it. If a day is 1,000 years and 1,000 years is a day, then isn't everything a day? Oh, wait. Never mind. I've discussed before. Under stress, no matter what the stress is, go ask anybody that has test anxiety and you're handing them that stupid part 1 of 3 days of testing known as the bar exam. Under stress, time distorts. Dean calls it compression / distortion, because it may also be expansion. Ask all the experts. They say, seemed like time got in total slow motion, and yet everything was happening really fast. I was just saying something that is the waiting game. Did I put it in there? The not knowing time. Yes. That happened under Terrence Kennedy. Kennedy's niece, Monisha James, told CBS that his family grew concerned when they couldn't reach him after the attack. I wonder how many millenniums did it seem like in however many few or eternal, infinite minutes, seconds, hours before they finally knew. They called around hospitals to try to find him before they identified his remains on Thursday, she said. If you've never been through there, through that kind of thing, it reminds me. One day I'm gonna have to go tell that story again. Reminder to do for another day. Or another millennium. Retell the tale of Aunt Evala and her MIA baby at the now extinct Plaza Pasadena Mall. It goes to how everything in the many multitudes of time-space continuums, when you don't know and fear grabs a hold of you, how all of that part of a large family in New Orleans and was a sports fan. This story will be updated with information on the victims as identifications are confirmed. Well, I'm not going back to other links in the results. We got however many that was. To the rest, we will dedicate some time in a future. That's all on the CBS list. Moving on and back to the Las Vegas, Nevada thing. Hang on just a second, George. I hope you put a pin in it in your mind. Say their names. Sad New Orleans. Got to say their names. Got that done, but it is tied to the very next one. Trump Tower Musk truck. I know, I'm supposed to call it a Tesla. I call it a musk rat with a bed in the back. Another army dude. Is it coincidence? Was he a copycat? Is it a vast left-wing conspiracy, but I spelled it Wang, because that's how Southern people say their eyes. And I meant kind of like, we call something else a Wang. Conspiracy. The Trump Plaza thing. Thankfully, except for the people whose eyeballs had to drink that in, and they also probably had some fear. Oh my gosh, that truck's on fire. And there's like exploder rings coming out of it. I don't know. I haven't seen any videos or read anything in depth. Maybe you got more infos, George.
No, not really. It's a Tesla, which means it has a lithium battery. Okay. Not only does it burn, it gives off toxins.
Right. And like even if the dude had did it, you said he was rumoring so far. Let's just keep everything soft, right?
Yeah.
That maybe he didn't mean to unalive himself. At least not in that way. By fire is tough. Somebody witnessed it. So if he was trying to escape the Tesla, here's my bad guy. Everybody get ready. Put your fingers in your ears and say nanny, nanny, nanny. Because here's my bad guy. Laugh at the bad guys that fail. Thing. Wouldn't it be ironic, or what we call poetic justice, if dude set off his little thing and he had this big master plan, to see the previous live stream where we talked about secondaries and tertiaries and the guns and all the other stuff, like lure in first responders and go nuts shooting the ambulance and the police. Wouldn't it be just hilarious if that was his master plan and he lit the fuse and did whatever, and the damn door locks on that truck are electric And when he lit it on fire, the electronics went out and he couldn't unlock the damn door. So he burned to death. I told you, world. Tell yourself, nanny, nanny, I can't hear you. Because I think that would be hilarious. It is alleged that he was shot before the fireworks and propane tanks in the Tesla exploded. We'll look some stuff up in a minute. We'll give some time. That was the Vegas police press conference. Well, yay. I was kind of enjoying my idea of the dude pulling on that door handle while the truck filled up with evil smoke and heat, and then the cushions on the seats burst into flames suddenly or something. That's
Yep.
what you get. That's some of that Indian style. Oh, your karma ran over your dogma. That's a Jewish punishing God thing right there. Mm. Oh my gosh. Oh well. It won't stop me from having thought it. I'm still having my gigglies about him. Him trying to dial 911. Could you send a firefighter? I need a firefighter. Oh my gosh.
Well, if he was shot before it went up in flames, he got off easy.
Oh, why? But why would he be?
I don't know.
Well, here we go because it's all the spin-off of the. Is there any correlation? Number one, and if there is correlation, is it causation or is this just coincidence?
Quinkadink? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't have
I,
any information to the contrary, and we're all just spitballing here. We're allowed, so is everybody else. We're react contenting.
what would be even funnier is as he was trying to open the door because it electrically locked on itself, he caught the trigger of his pew pew in the seatbelt and it went bang.
We wondered if, like the Boeing whistleblower on the way to his deposition, shot himself in the head twice. The coroner said no one can shoot themselves in the head twice. Ha!
Oh, there.
I'm not going to disprove that.
Well, neither am I. When my brother was an SP in Hawaii, he had to go to a suicide attempt. He finally succeeded in committing suicide, but he took a Black & Decker drill to his head 27 times. That's called determination.
Is it only coincidence? We're going along those lines. Yeah, it's the what that my good woman brings up often is supposedly some guy, of course, within somebody's arm's reach of the Clintons, beat themselves about the head, neck, and shoulders enough with a hammer to KIA themselves by beating to KIA with a hammer.
And
I
now when
don't
you think
know. I've never
themselves out,
looked it up. I don't follow up. I don't care. Could it happen? Methinks. Well, you could beat yourself unconscious, yes. And then you could, if you poked enough holes, like with a ball peen hammer, it might cause some bleeding. But either way, if you did enough knock knock on your noggin that you went unconscious, maybe you could fall down and break your neck bones on your way down, or perhaps swell up in your noggin brain and unalive that way. I don't know. But when you take it just on its face, wait, what? How the
Yeah.
heck could somebody beat themselves to DOA with a hammer? It does
Determination.
sound rather funny, doesn't it?
Yeah. That's called severe determination.
Extreme. And I shouldn't laugh. I can't help it. I'm me. And she doesn't mean it mean. She doesn't have mean bones in her body. That's why we yin and yang each other. Without her, I'd be. Never mind. She can't help it either. It strikes her funny. Especially the way it was displayed on public over the air TV. We haven't paid for cable in a long, long time. This went out over the airwaves, and news or news like programs reported it. Oh my gosh, the madness. Is it only coincidence? What else has been heard? We'll go look in a while. We'll make sure we're not talking too much crazy. So I got the coincidence question asked. And by that I mean the army stuff. And George, you mentioned something about they may have been involved in the same kind of online message systems.
Yeah. Chat rooms, bulletin board. Well, they don't call them bulletin boards anymore.
Yeah, may have been in the same kind of online groups slash socials. And by they, I mean Las Vegas and New Orleans. And they both used trucks. They both
And they both
had
were rented in the exact same company.
Army experience.
Well, the trucks were rented from the exact same trunk vehicle rental company.
For real?
For real.
Oh. They both. I mean, is it a giant one like Enterprise or whatever it is that?
They
That's
never said who the rental company is. But new ad, go blow up your enemies or run them over with our trucks.
yeah.
We guarantee not to ask any questions.
For both trucks, Las Vegas and New Orleans rented from the same company. They were rented on the same app. It's an app that trolls all available. So
That's
that
just as
was.
funny.
They both were rented from the same company, was the rumor. The same mini company app was used. I don't know. What are the odds of that? I don't know because I don't use apps on my phone. How common and knowledgeable is anybody on planet Earth with that app? I don't know. I'm not looking it up. Just because I haven't heard of it doesn't mean it's a secret squirrel thing. We're still working on this. It could be anything.
Oh no, not a.
Uh-oh. The audio made a high-pitched squelch noise. Not a
I
what?
said squirrel. Like Doug, every time he sees a squirrel and
Oh, yeah, squirrel. Just the way you said it or whatever, your mic, it was too loud and too distorted, so your mic or software just canceled the audio.
oh,
They both
you
go
know
in.
those secret squirrels are the worst.
Yeah, I'm not trying to say or not say anything, and I'm not just asking questions. I loathe that BS. That say unsay. I'm not saying anything. I refuse to make a positive, affirmed statement. I'm just asking questions. No, we're just playing. And we're playing with the Las Vegas thing because only the bad guy was unalived. I'm not going to play at all and take. So, could it be a copycat? Could Las Vegas guy have been like, oh man, that
Didn't they
New
happen on
Orleans thing was cool as Hades. Let me go do better, and then messed up.
were they done on the same day?
Yeah, about 7 hours later, or maybe 8.
Well,
What is the time difference between Nevada and I can't remember where New Orleans is right now. Louis. I don't know how to spell Louisiana either. L-O-U-I. There it is. 2 hours ahead, so 3 a.m. So it was 7 hours on the real clock plus 2 because of the time difference. So it was 9 hours difference. Plenty of time to sit there and drool crazy people drooling thoughts about how I'll do one better. I'll knock down Trump Tower.
with a Tesla.
Yeah. And a bunch of fireworks. No, you won't. And if it turns out that dude and Elizabeth apparently saw the thanks, by the time the lag gets done lagging, we'd already got it. Thank you, Elizabeth. She correctly spelled Louisiana for me. But Elizabeth saw a press
So much
conference
easier
from law enforcement. I'm sorry, say again?
I said it'd been so much easier for the spell if it was Mississippi.
Yeah, crooked letter I, crooked letter I. We just talked about her the other day. Old Miss, isn't that how you spell Mississippi? Okay. They both had army. They both used trucks. Could it be a copycat? Don't know. Could the one in New Orleans have been a copycat of Germany? Could be. It has everything in common and similar with that one. 2 weeks ago, approximately 10 days prior to New Orleans and Las Vegas, the bad thing in Germany would involve running people over with a vehicle. So could they both be copycats and coincidental? Maybe. Or could they all be deep, deep webbing with the percenters and saving the world from Donald J. Trump? I don't know. I guess. We're saving Donald J. Trump from the world? Don't know. I have heard a lot of stuff. my good woman's family needs a huge family ungroup hypnosis hysteria psychosis in the big kind of it reminds me of a guy named Jim Jones kind of way. So that's why, Elizabeth, I'm on top of every other reason and not wanting to lose any more. I don't want to lose my YouTube channel. I'm very, very nerve abraded and intolerant because that's my women's family. I must try to listen and not go shove a huge bar of soap in these people's mouth and make them bite down and leave a good rut when I pull it out, or I'll do it again. About talking this pure insanity. Trump towers. Obviously, that was a thoughtful target. But I have heard so much in the not quite 2 days since all of this happened about how this is all a vast left-wing Joe Biden conspiracy. The end goal to red rummery Donald J. before he can take office so Joe Biden can just stay president. That's part of why I could not get online, and I was utterly intolerant. I didn't want to see anything. I went and watched a movie that I was relatively sure in the high 90s of percents of probabilities that I would hate, and yep, I hated it. Rather than try to get online and not be butthurt and take it out on other people, I'm over it. I'm better. Some of them had to go back to work today, so they couldn't sit around harassing me and the missus about, they're gonna get him, they're gonna get him, look what they did. Donald Trump wasn't in Las Vegas or New Orleans, people.
Nope, he was in New York.
Yeah, that other guy from the video saying something, they had a permit. I looked it up. That was a well planned in advance. And I don't think they should give permits for that. If you want to rent a space, and what we're talking about now is a link somebody sent me, and it had a video where they talked about all these things happened very close in time to each other. And one of the things that happened that's worth lumping into this vast left wing conspiracy is some kind of intifada, which I had to look up. That means free Palestine, sorta. I know I just offended everybody that uses that term. But in the sense of the people who were wandering the streets with signs and protesting too much on New Year's Day in downtown Manhattan. Hundreds of them, not tens and millions, just hundreds. That's what they were doing, is protesting in the name of intifada. I do not believe, and that's just me being a butthole, but I really don't care. Because I refuse to go to New York, let alone live there. You people asked for it. I would hope that in my local breadneck municipalities, they would not give somebody a close the streets permit for that kind of madness.
Well, in your neck of the woods, they might do that and then set up on the side streets shooting ranges
Yeah,
to
or
raise money.
like Charlottesville, once upon a time, many years ago, theoretically, hypothetically.
You know, set it up like a turkey shoot, raise money for the fire department.
Yeah, some silly thing, or because a permit was already issued, the counter protesters would show up, and now there's gonna be stupid violence on top of just stupid.
Yep.
It's gonna happen. Your cause was hijacked 10,000 years before you were born. That's just another saying of mine. But I guess it's okay because they didn't rioted, they didn't protesteth by broken windows and burning buildings in New York. And if they did, the whole libocratical system of New York hid it from all of us in that vast left-wing conspiracy. So it looks like they were mostly peaceful protesters, mostly. We'll never know, will we? That's why I don't go to New York. There is nothing good there. But it was not a psychotic riot out to get the Donald J. It was a planned and permitted protesteth too much, called a parade because they had to walk down streets and got permits to go down streets. Yup. Unless, dun dun dun, that was all done as false flag operations, so fools like me would be quoting that stuff, taking away and misinforming the Alex Joneses of this world. No offense, Alex Jones.
Also not a sponsor.
Yeah. No, not. Don't affiliate with me with that craziness in any way. I wouldn't even take his money. If I won that lawsuit, I wouldn't be involved in a lawsuit. I don't want to be, not even enough to sue him. Don't splash that crap on me, please. I shouldn't have said it, but I did. Can't unsay the mouth. But just in case Alex Jones is somehow right and I'm wrong, somehow, it could happen. We've already decided that millions of dollars makes you better and smarter than Dean. So, Alex Jones does something right. What he failed to do right was listen and learn. And dag, I hate country music, even back then. The world famous. Let's get a link. I wish I could play music on streams and not get in trouble for it. Go to the tube. This one's worth getting a link. I do highly recommend it. 10 out of 10. And it has been played to death. Kenny Rogers, the gambler. Everybody, if you won't listen to it enough to memorize it and then think about what you just memorized, download yourself a lyric sheet and read it upward and backward and forward and downward and throw darts at it and read whichever word the dart landed upon and teach yourself to quoth. Oh, I know what line that is and which one comes before and after. Because whether you're playing cards or spouting your mouth, you got to know when to hold them. Your words. Know when to walk away. Know when to run. Kenny Rogers, the gambler. Go learn from it. And it is quite the catchy tune. DW equals 9 out of 10. It's a 9 out of 10 song. To me, that's high praise for something that's identified as country. What do you think, George? Are you into Kenny Rogers and the Gambler?
I like the song "The Gambler,"
Yeah.
and he has a couple of songs I like.
Well, just that
I was
one, just the one song, "The Gambler." Give it a out of 10 stars.
The one about the kid who stands up for his girl after she's been violated.
And you type your number of stars in the chat, Elizabeth. Or anybody else listening, type some stars in chat.
But those are the only real two songs I ever listened to about.
Well, give it a thought real quick. And how many stars are you going to give it out of 10? Just the Gambler.
Yeah. Jesse Gambler, 8 to 9.
8 or 9. See, Kenny Rogers done good. Even though that, and I've heard it recently. And no matter when it was new, holy cow. Even in California, popular, pop stands for popular. It's short for. When they say pop music, that means popular. Country music ain't very popular in the large metropolitan markets. But that one crossed over. I forget what they called it, that they played it on rock stations and soft rock stations and country stations and pop music stations. It got a lot of play in the Los Angeles metropolitan area. I've heard it way too much in my life, and still it's I can hear it again. When did that thing come out? The Gambler song. Somebody named Schiltz. Don Schiltz wrote it in August of 1976. That's when a friend of mine was born. When he was 23 years old. Casey Kasem reported that Schiltz. Oh no, his name's Schlitz, not Schiltz. I apologize, Schlitz. Are you the malt liquor bull? For those of you that don't know, there used to be, they call it beer brand, but it was only malt liquor called Schlitz malt liquor, and their commercials involved a giant bull busting through stuff.
You know the difference between beer and malt liquor? The alcohol content. That's the only difference.
Oh. Well, I'm sure malt liquor has more then.
Yes,
It's
it
an
does.
efficiency study I did once about malt liquor versus beer. No, it's an eyeball study I did growing up in the city that people that want to honestly get drunk for less money drink malt liquor. They don't sit around drinking them. Back then, you could get a 40-ounce can of Schlitz malt liquor bowl, and everybody would joke and say, "Oh, it's bull pee." Whatever, for 49 cents, and your blah de blah brand beer that's extra stout and all this other etc was $2.50, which of course you only drink for the flavor.
Well, some people do.
When the end
I
result is that there's 3 of them 40-ounce cans laying around empty and a guy passed out next to him in a puddle of his own vomit, you weren't drinking that for the flavor.
Cool. Don't forget Mad Dog 2020.
Dog.
Because Mad Dog 2020 is supposed to be a wine.
Yeah, man. Riding the night train. Go see the Guns N' Roses song. Casey Kasem reported that Schlitz said of the Gambler, quote, "Something more than me wrote that song. I'm convinced of that. I really had no idea where the song was coming from. There was something going through my head, which was my father. It was just a song, and somehow it filtered through me. 6 weeks later, I received the final verse. Months later, it came to me that it was inspired by and possibly a gift from my father. Period. End of quote. Schlitz's father had died in 1976. Okay. Kenny Rogers version. When did this come out? Wow, there's a lot of names. Now, a lot of people put in a lot of work on that 3.5 minute song. Released in November 1978. So, yep. In my childhood, from 1978 or 79 onward, still to this day, almost every day on the, I don't know why they call it terrestrial, because that means dirt or earth, on the regular radio that comes over your antenna, you can get a good dose of the gambler, and I don't turn it off. In the city, they drink whatever is cheap in a brown paper bag behind the liquor store. Yep. Sure do. But I know a guy. I know of a guy. And maybe he doesn't anymore. I don't know. I am very distant from a time when. A guy that I hung around a lot. For some reason, the color gray comes to mind and the letter T, as if we're a Sesame Street show. Used to pull that whole the flavor stuff and buy the expensive stuff, and I'd be like, wow, I'm just gonna throw it up. Give me the cheapy stuff. Pabst. Not a sponsor, not a whatever.
No,
Once upon a
cheapy stuff is
time, the cheapy stuff is what?
blacks.
Yeah. Way back then, well, we're off on a good tangent, a silly tangent. Let's see if it's still around. I haven't searched for this since the 1980s. Meister, B-R-A-U, Meister Brow. Do you
Back when
mean
I was
Do you mean Mr. Beer? Because that's what we all called it. That was the cheap stuff. Meister
back
Brow is a beer brand originated in Chicago, Illinois. Okay, back when what?
I said back when I was in high school, we had a party here, and some of the guys brought beer, but somebody brought 2 cases of Black's beer. And so the area where we had the refrigerator was full, so we stuck them underneath the house. 6 months later, or more, might have been a year later, my brother and my brother from another mother were having to go underneath the house to do some repairs and look for something. And they found this case of Black's beer. And they brought it in, and where'd this come from? Oh, that must have been that party that last fall. And my mother made a
Brow is
comment.
rated 1.9 out of 5.
My
Your
mother
mom
said
made the comment, what?
the bottles look like old-fashioned urine specimen bottles, other than the fact that they were green. And they decided, well, it's beer, it's free, let's drink it. They drank it. But because it sat underneath the house where it was, a certain cool, but not too cool, and it was dark, it kept aging. So by the time they got around to drinking it, it was actually, okay, according to them, okay beer.
Holy cow.
I personally can't stand the taste or smell of beer. Never could. Yeah.
I always had to, and for all of you teetotalers out there, since 1995, I had almost, in 2007, almost a half a can of, or a half a drink of beer. It was probably a bottle or a cup or something at a restaurant. sometime in 2007, because I finished up what had been a very long, very complicated, started on September 12th, 2001 government contract. And it was finally done in 2007. Contract over, all payments made, nothing outstanding. I said, I'm going to celebrate with a little sip of alcohol. By the time I got half a brewski in me, I told the good half of this relationship, man, you got to drive me home. I've got like narcolepsy. That alcohol made me so tired that I had to leave, just throw a bunch of money on the table, and I was asleep in the car before we ever got home, and it was only 6 minutes from the restaurant to our house. Back before then, in the good old days, once upon a time before 1995, if I was going to drink and all we had was beer, I used to complain that I got to drink 3 fast holding my nose so that I don't smell it or taste it until I'm drunk enough not to smell it or taste it or care. I hate
The
beer.
first time I tasted any alcohol that I remember liking, I was about 10 or 11. We were up at Grandfather Mountain Highland Games, and someone had gotten a liquor license to take alcohol up the mountain because you had to get a special license because technically a dry county. But the problem was he did not have a license to take it back down the mountain. So come Sunday, he was handing it out free to anybody that wanted to try a drink. And my mom got a drink, and he says, "You don't want?" I says, "I'm underage." And he says, do you know this lady? I said, "Yeah, it's my mother." "What do you think?" "Well," and my mom basically said, "If he wants one, he can have one." So what do you want? Now I pointed at the bottle. It was 100-year-old Glenfiddich. That stuff was over $1,000 a bottle back around 1975, 76. I didn't take another drink because I couldn't afford it. So I was much older, and I learned where I like screwdrivers. Well, one of those things. And the only time I really had a screwdriver, I was working up in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania at their Celtic Classic. And the time we got to the hotel, I needed something just to relax enough to go to sleep.
Yep. Okay. Let's ask the Google bar. Is there any direct ties between New Orleans and Las Vegas attackers? Ten hours
I hate
ago, BBC says the police probe. I'm sorry, what?
I'm going to have to go. It's been fun. I'll talk to you later.
All right, sir. Have a good one.
You too.
So, 10 hours ago, 5 hours ago, rented on Turo, so they both use the same app. Four hours ago, ABC News says what we just discussed at length. New Orleans attack. Suspects travel to Egypt under something, probably investigation. And the FBI warn copycat. We better open this. ABC News. Because we discussed at length, and I said, everybody go see the movie. Oh, there it was. There it went again. The Kingdom. Jamie Foxx. And the actress from Electra, Jennifer Garner. Jennifer, not Gardner. Garner. 13 going on 30. So we are back to it, and we discover 04, 10, Get the ABC News at go.com. Copycat. Secondary and tertiary events. Please go back. I believe it was the previous stream, number 30. Could have been 29. Go back and watch them all and listen to them all and post in the comments. Whoever you are listening. Which one was it? Correct me. Well, this article says that 14 people were unalived. Apparently, the suspect had done some travel to Egypt. Elizabeth is listening. Yeah, and I am yapping. The suspect in the truck. Well, this says it was updated recently. January 3, 6:09 p.m. That was minutes ago. Why does it say 14? ABC News. How many were killed in New Orleans? January 1. At least 14 killed a day ago from CNN. 14 people from ABC News, CNN says, because we've been seeing and hearing all day. What we know about the victims we looked at earlier. 14 people 18 hours ago at NBC. 15 people 2 days ago at the New York Times. Now, see, everything gets called into question. Okay. Let's go back to this and don't get distracted by changing stories. Traveled to Egypt in 2023 for about a month. So, I guess the FBI is going to tell us what happened in Egypt. See, one of the ones, I don't think we discussed it on stream. I think we discussed it real world once. Myself and George about some Marines doing some off the ship, off the boat stuff. Maybe in Egypt and somewhere over there. And somebody tried to grab up one of theirs and it turned into a minor incident. Foreign travel, part of the investigations. What I'm looking for is the word Control F. Somewhere in this article, because I just searched for a word that caught my eye in the search results. Law enforcement should be aware that in many cases, attackers have conducted vehicle ramming attacks with secondary weapons and may continue the attack with edged weapons, firearms, or ABC. Even if you're quoting them, put it in hard brackets. Improvised explosive devices or professional ones after the vehicle is stopped. Okay. The tactic could be attractive for foreign terrorist organizations and other actors due to its low complexity threshold, the warning said. Okay. Sorta yes, that's not secondary and tertiary events. This is the only one-on-one match in here. Somebody go remind our law enforcement and FBI that a secondary weapon, a backup, all the cops, when they carry them, they call it a backup gun, bug, or something. They don't call the knife that is in definition of law, a concealed deadly weapon that they've got folded up, the easy thumb opener, clipped to their pocket on their pants. Well, that's a tertiary. But terrorizers aren't worried about that kind of stuff. Terrorizers are worried about they do the one big bad thing and what the secondary event is, or the planned something else is coming, something wickeder this way comes, is to lure the first responders in and concentrate those in an area and then attack those. The first one has purpose, but another part of its purpose is what we would call a disinformation campaign or a distraction. Squirrel. So, yep, all that. Copycat. And so, anyway, the ABC did say that I just closed that they're asking now, is this a copycat thing? Not. They're warning that his may be a copycat of the Germany thing. They're not saying anything specific. I'm sorry, I closed it. It's not up on screen anymore. Link is in the comment. I guess I can put link in the chat in case somebody's actually live listening. You can go in there and read that these things always generate not smart copycatters and hyper competitive fame seekers who want to do it better, more infamy. Say my name. Put me in the books. No, we refuse. Someday we'll get convinced to just call them idiots or evil, the evildoer, the bad guy, and never name them again. And there will be a reduction. But my name. Go read the Iliad and the Odyssey and see the other good movie. Brad Pitt as Achilles telling the other person. And that is why they won't know your name or remember it. Where do we go from here? So anyway, there's no other direct tie of any kind between Las Vegas and New Orleans. They both had Army experience. I mentioned in a previous stream, just in passing, that I had watched a really good, really long. Let me look it up on the PBS Frontline. Main Attack. It's called, and you can see it's coming up on your screen, Elizabeth. There's a little red bar at the bottom of my screen that goes all the way across. That means I watched it all the way. I put a thumb on it, I'm sure. The Breakdown in Maine, PBS Frontline. Guess what? He was Army Reserves or Army National Guard too. What is going on here? What's happening? I keep saying PBS Frontline, and it is Frontline PBS. Frontline PBS. Breakdown in Maine. And for those of you that don't know, is about the mass shooter in Maine. Oh, primary reporting is on the bowling alley. Put your grown-up hats on before trying to watch that or search any more information. Like a good, we have to generate eyes and hearts and minds, television or internet vision shows ever. They have to pull on your heartstrings a little, and they spend a lot of good time with the friends and family of the victims. So if you're not feeling tough like you can take it, wait till you are and go give it a look-see. So we grab that one, share, copy, go back to the log. I don't remember if the bad actor in Maine was in full-time Army, Reserves, or Guard. I don't care. Is there a tie? Are all the recent ones Army? No Marines? No Navies? What is going on? Oh, do you remember the Fort Hood one? I believe that's what it was called. "2009 Fort Hood shooting." There's a Wikipedia page for it. They took away the word hood and now it's Cavazos. U.S. Army major and psychiatrist. The one that they have to go to for their PTSDs. The enemy within. So yeah, I'm right. Fort Hood too. Is there correlation here we're supposed to ask ourselves? Don't know, obviously. Fort Hood, now renamed, and no, I refuse to acknowledge these renames. Please, Donald Trump, put them all back, please. Forever President Trump, make it Fort Bragg again, and do whatever you got to do with you've got majorities in both parties. Get bill and sign it into law that they may never unname Fort Bragg again. Fort Hood never named. 2009. Army. Why are they all the Army? I don't know. Maybe this is the era of the Army, or maybe it doesn't have any correlation. Let alone, you can't have causation without any kind of correlation. So could it really be all just coincidence? And again, they took a factual thing, turned it into another little snippet in a great, great movie. Of course, again, 1986's Full Metal Jacket. Full Metal, 1987, according to Google search. Full Metal Jacket, quote, Lee Harvey. Private Snowball tells Sergeant, this is Gunnery Sergeant wants to know, what do all these famous bad guy shooters have in common? United States Marines. Hartman, played by R. Lee Ermey, says, do any of you people know who Charles Whitman was? None of you dumbasses know? Private Cowboy? And Private Cowboy answers, sir, he was that guy who shot all those people from that tower in Austin, Texas, sir. That's affirmative. KIA'd 12 people from a 28-story observation tower at the University of Texas from distances of up to 400 yards. Anybody know who Lee Harvey Oswald was? Private Snowball? And they make funnies. It's dark humor, it is once called. That's right. Do you know how far away he was? Sir, it was pretty far from that book suppository building, sir. And everybody laughs. They forgot to include in the quote that everybody laughs. So Gunnery Sergeant Hartman tells everybody, all right, knock it off. 250 feet. He was 250 feet away and shooting at a moving target. Oswald got off 3 rounds with an old Italian bolt-action rifle in only 6 seconds and scored 2 hits, including a headshot. Do any of you people know where these individuals learned to shoot? Private Joker. And Private Joker, the actor's name just flashed in front of my mind's eye and went away again. Sir, in the Marines, sir. In the Marines. Outstanding. Life imitates art. Art and life borrow from each other. All of these bad guys in America in the last 16 years being in the Army, as long as we look away from all the bad guys in America that we're not, have any correlation, causation. Is it coincidence? I don't know. I put in my checkbox that we would discuss it because according to people within arm's reach of me in the last days since all this has happened, of course it does, because this is all Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton and the blonde lady that Joe Biden gave the special prize medal award to just to make Donald Trump angry. You better give her a pardon too, Joe. Liz Cheney. Joe and Liz Cheney and her dad and Hillary and all of them are doing all of this so that we'll all be razzle-dazzled with a secret Donald Trump away to Guantanamo Bay and waterboard him. I don't know what they're talking about. But it's silliness, I guess. We're supposed to call it harmless. We did some other troweling, fishing, casting the nets, letting conversations go where they go, and trolling, both. See the previous stream where I discussed ad nauseum the difference and the wordplay use of one versus the other. And I do consider it very trollish of me to say, well, I issued a bunch of warnings and disclaimers up front and probably did say some quite offensive stuff. I don't mind. It'll be okay. My best understanding is that we didn't push anything, especially me, or platform anything that will get me immediately totally destroyed. I'm hoping, based on other people's videos and Redditors and webloggers and all kinds of other stuff, that YouTube will be like, hey, acknowledge that you did wrong. Get that video down and edit out these exact pieces. And now affirm to us that you're well instructed, informed, and clarified, and we'll never do that again. Okay, thank you, YouTube. I hope that that remains true and that they don't turn it all over to the AI bots like it would appear the face space did. We did good. Except now it is. Gosh, my eyes are blurry. I'm getting old. I may need to go get corrective eye lenses. It is 6:31. The giant numbers on my beautiful yet old smarty pants phone tells me 6:31 p.m. Eastern. And at that, as much as I would love to babbledy all night long about these things, I think we've covered it. And I simply must go order the Friday night lunch, wait a long time before going to pick it up, and then wait a long time after getting there. Because that's how things go in a busy restaurant, understaffed for Friday nights, because they can't hire somebody just to work Friday and Saturday night with them. Because people need more work hours than that. And I've tried to convince them to let me go to work for them, but they think I'm somehow above that. And I hate that. I'll get one of their relatives back in town that is an expert translator to try to help them see it my way. Because I would work part-time 2 days a week. Especially, I absolutely would not ask for a discount. These are friends. They so over discount us, and we go there 3 and 4, 5 times a week, partially because, especially when the money's tight like it is right now. When your friends over discount you and gift you, acknowledge it to them and go eat there a lot. But we just eat there a lot because we always have. Six 33 p.m. Eastern. Topics covered. We had fun, and now must all go get the lunch. Elizabeth said, good night, enjoy lunch. And thank you, Elizabeth, and everyone else who heard it. Thanks, George. I had fun. I hope I didn't say anything that offends you too much, especially about all this silliness. We didn't do silliness about any of the victims and their families and friends and the survivors and the whole city of New Orleans. Make sure all the X's are X. Yep, we did it. Pray. Click it. Watch it. I have to remind myself. Look it up. Send Elizabeth a link. She can watch the little engine girl, KIA. The universe's most sophisticated red rummers, hunters of men. CIA alien space invaders known as the Predator. Ain't got nothing on them little engine girls. Huh. Take that, Predator. And Frenchies. So cool. Reminder from where I started. Go see PREY. Even if, don't let me fool you. Everything I thought was wrong with it, your eyes might behold. Eye of the beholder, you know. Then you can come back and type in my comments section. You are not smart. Let me tell you why. Or I don't know, hit me up. Type in there. We'll figure out a way to communicate. And get you up here on the Discord, and you can just put me in my place. We shall figure it out. All right. Wind it down. Wrap it up. Go see, pray. Don't take my words for it. And all this other stuff. Whatever else is up here. Oh, yeah, there it is. Black Hawk Down Extended Edition. It is right now. Free with ads, rated R. Fantastic movie picture show. Based very loosely on real/true events that are very near and dear to myself and George and maybe Elizabeth's hearts. The events of Mogadishu, Somalia, 1993. And that'll be that. Get back on the other screen and say, thanks for listening. Probably I'm going to try very hard to go long form again tomorrow. I think tomorrow's Saturday. The goal will be to try to scrape enough stuff together to hang out, do long form onlines, maybe go back and dig a little harder on just some of these movies and some musacs. So there you go, Elizabeth. That's all I've got for plans for tomorrow is the idea of probably long. Who knows? We shall see. Happy New Year again. Thanks everybody again. And let's Control S, get to the other window. Just narrate it while you're clicking stuff. That's how you're supposed to do video games too. If you do game streaming, you're supposed to narrate what you're doing. So now my little clicker is over the stop screaming button in the program. So I'll say stop streaming in 5, 4,